Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas Live Trading Room for Tuesday, February the 16th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. So a couple of questions, of course. Can you see my screen and can you hear me? Yes and yes. Excellent. Welcome, Bluto Blute. Okay, so the screen is fine. I've had to do a different type of screen sharing this morning. The normal way I do it was not working, so hopefully everything is fine. All right, guys. Well, first of all, let's just talk briefly about the trade of the week. The trade of the week, I should have posted it up here, is RRC. That is the Trade Ideas Trade of the Week, as sent out this morning. Suggested, let me just get it in here. I should have done this before. RRC is the trade of the week. Suggested entry is, now it's a little bit above that, is at $10.33, $10.33. So they suggested maybe waiting for on the 15-minute chart if it comes back down to the 10 SMA on the 15-minute chart. But there you have it. Just going to put it up here. So again, that's RRC. RRC is the trade of the week. So it's above it. 1033 was the suggested entry. So they were suggesting, if you put the 10 SMA on your chart, looked like it would have gapped down. I don't know if these bottoming tails mean anything, but anyway. So lots happening. Let's see, SCKT, big gap up on some iPhone news, barcode, iPhone news. So big gap up. And actually it has earnings tomorrow, February the 17th, before the market opens. And a low float, 4.6 million in the float. ALJJ. Let's see, yeah, it is still up a massive amount. I don't see the specific reason for it. Up 72%, another low float situation. It's pulled back quite a bit though, 325, it's given up $1, which is a big percentage drop. So I'll have to see again what happens once the market opens. MYT, probably another situation where it's given it up. Let's see. Okay, the high was 604, it's down to 517, another low float situation. China stock. And I, again, just don't see any specific reason. Here is a reason. Palantir, PLTR, earnings play. So it is gapped down. They released earnings before the market opened this morning, and it is gapped down, trying to come back a little bit. It was all the way down. Well, actually, not a bad pop. It's come down. It was down to $28. It has popped a couple of dollars. So that is PLTR. UMC is a gap up. UMC is a gap up. It's holding. Let's see. The high was 1131. Not bad. And as usual, I don't see any specific reason. It's just up. All-time high, UMC. Now I do see a reason for this one. GTHX is a bio. FDA approval. They received FDA approval. So this is, well, it's not an all-time high, but let's take a look at that monthly chart. So the monthly chart, looking left, 4180 and 4024. So this is back. This is back in 2019, so it's starting to approach those highs right now for GTHX. It's a relatively low float also, 27 million in the float. And of course, crypto, Mara and Riot. I mean, they just, they're just constantly moving higher and higher and higher. I always find these very, very difficult to intraday trade, but hey, listen, you're putting a bet on crypto just to keep moving higher and higher. Mara and Riot. POWW. This is an earnings play pre-market. Yes, so this is an earnings play. POWW. Well, the other crypto is now WBIA. WBAI. They purchased blockchain. Acquisition of BTC.com. So they have entered the crypto world in a big way. WBAI, big gap up for WBAI. Torch, TRCH, TRCH. And it's a nice gap up. It's on a low float, 77 million in the float. Let's see, lender converts remaining 1.5 million of security. So there is, I guess there is a little bit of financial news for this one. TRCH. What sort of room does it have? Has some room. Here's the highs looking left on the monthly chart, a little over 5. AIKI, AIKI. AIKI, what are you doing? Let's see. Let's see, the next high looking left is way up here at 274. So it's approaching this high. This is back last year, about a year ago, April of last year. So another crypto play, SOS. SOS. Big gap up, 26 million. I think this is a crypto play. Yeah, it is definitely a crypto play. SOS. All-time high. Ford, F-O-R-D, not the car company, F-O-R-D. Forward Industries, another nice gap up, 6 million in the float, an all-time high. Though I don't really think it is. I think this is probably some kind of a reverse split situation, but at any rate, a big gap up. BLCT. BLCT, Blue City Holdings, another gap China stock. Just looking to see if it's anything to do with crypto. I don't think so, but anyway, BLCT. Big area for it to try to get through. It's at 1606 right now. The high right there is 14.99, 13 cents. I think this is the next high looking left at 1642. So I'm just going to stick an alert right there. 16, is that right? Yeah, 1642. So I'm just going to stick an alert right around 1640. See if it takes it out later on. And then after that, the next high was way up here, $36. HEPA is a financing. HEPA. HEPA is a financing. They've done it at $2, so a little bit above the financing price. And last one on my list is FTI, has gapped down to the 200-day moving average. 823, so it is gapped down to the 200-day moving average. Don't see any reason for it. The 2-bar red to green bar, is that possible? I'm not sure. I mean, we have red to green. I don't have a 2-bar, but we do have red to green Genix. This is from the YouTube room. So, you know, that might be just as good. Okay, you want to see something that's going red to green, and that's a cross. Oops. You can use this this alert. I got to get an alert window. Sorry. Okay, so here's a cross above the close, a cross above the open. Okay, going red to green or green to red. You can try this, whether it's a 2-bar. That remains to be seen, but this at least gives you a red to green or green to red. Okay. APHA, APHA. This is, of course, cannabis. I think Tilray was actually upgraded this morning. TLRY was upgraded a little bit here. I mean, a lot of the marijuana stocks really took a plunge this is Friday's action. No, sorry, that's Thursday's action. So on Wednesday, most of these cannabis stocks were just, soaring. And then Thursday, they took a big dive. And a little bit more down action on Friday. Let's see what MJ is doing right now. It's the ETF, a little bit up. So we might be getting the bounce in the cannabis sector today. Today. Let me just quickly take a look to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades we have this morning from briefing.com. And we've got more, definitely more upgrades than downgrades. Not too many downgrades. Not that many upgrades. Let me get a few of them in. Just a few more to go on the upgrades. I don't know if you guys hear that bird chirping in the background. All right, there are some of the upgrades. I'll get the downgrades in now. And again, not too many downgrades this morning. BlackBerry getting a downgrade. All right, guys, there are some of the upgrades, some of the downgrades from briefing.com this morning. All right, well, Genex, I can give you, and this is in general for everybody, there's a new promo code for today, and it'll last at least a day and maybe by tomorrow night, for tomorrow night. 11:59 p.m. Usually it's an extra day, but just to be on the safe side, just going to pop the promo code in. So if you click on my on Barry's homepage right there, you'll see a promo code Washington. Of course, it's President's Day was yesterday, so Washington. For 20% savings on a subscription, you just click on my homepage link. Okay, and of course, disregard that promo code and use Washington, all in capital letters, to get 20% off the first month only, or the entire year. And let's see, AR is still on a roll here, February 17th, so that is tomorrow. They release earnings after hours tomorrow, February 17th. And it has been on a mini roll here. I think the one, if you received the email regarding the trade of the week, you know, they were talking about AR having had this and how RRC had kind of lagged. So, yeah, it kind of lagged a little bit. So, big area for this one to get out over is 1163 for RRC. Keep an eye on this AMKR also, guys. You know, they were admitted to the S&P 400. I think it was this day right here. That would have been Thursday. There's Friday's action, a little top here. This would be an all-time high. I mean, this might keep going. Not very much volume yet. Yeah, awful weather in Texas. My goodness. And oil stocks. I think the price of oil spiked above 60 this morning or yesterday for the first time in a while. So actually, Oxy is one that I should have mentioned. I think I have it on my list. Yeah, Oxy, I do have it on the list. Actually, it's an earnings play also. February 16th post. Well, actually, I guess it releases after hours today. So it looks like it did it this morning. February 16th post market. Let me make sure. Yeah, I don't think. Yeah, I think they do release after hours today, but I think like a lot of oil stocks, they've gapped up. It has gapped up because of the situation in Texas. Yeah, the trades of the week are always longs, always longs. FSR. Let's see, FSR. We get a little higher here, so let's take a look at what happened with this one. So this is almost at Friday's high. Friday's high. So if it takes out 20, what's the high over here? 23.63. I guess that's the all-time high. 21.37. So, you know, I mean, if it takes out, if it can somehow get above Friday's high, or this high right there, which is 20.08, I'm going to stick an alert right around there. 2015. See what happens later on in the day. Okay, this one is starting to move Kala, and it's just above the 200-day moving average also. There it is, 925. The 200-day is 913. Let's see if there's any specific news. Let's see, whatever they do. Isuvis covered by Express Scripts Pharmaceuticals. So their drug is now covered by Express Scripts. Yeah, the trade of the week, it's up here, and I posted it up here. Trade of the week is RRC. Suggested entry is 1033. It's obviously above that right now. And so I mean, listen, you have to do what you're going to do. I know it sounds obvious, but they suggested, I mean, if you wanted to wait for a pullback on the 15-minute chart to the 10 SMA, that's the 20 SMA here, so you'd have to put the 10 SMA on your chart. You don't have to wait for a pullback. And again, it's a resource stock, so the resource stocks, because of what's happened with the cold snap, is they're right now they're pretty hot. No pun intended. I'm seeing some of these, so we might get a nice little bounce in a lot of these cannabis plays today, guys. Just looking at MJ, the ETF. It's up a little bit, 3%. Tried to stabilize on Friday. I mean, I had a huge down day on Thursday. So I'm seeing Hexo on the move here. Hexo, HEXO. We are going to see a lot of cannabis stocks that look just like this. You know, a big spike on Wednesday, the big downturn on Thursday, moved down on Friday, but kind of stabilized a little bit. Let's take a look at Tilray. It's going to look, yeah, there you go. The big spike, the big drop Thursday, a little bit of stabilization. I'm sure CJC or CGC, I'm sure they're all going to look just about the same. Give me a moment here. Okay, just checking some of my thumbnailed ones, see if there's anything interesting happen in some of the other ones that I have thumbnailed. So we do have some other earnings plays. I haven't talked about Sino as an earnings play. SINO is an earnings play. Of course, we had some of these shippers last week, or in the general sector, were just really really moving well last week. And there's Palantir, PLTR, earnings play. So it has recovered a little bit. I guess they missed on earnings by a couple of pennies. I think the revenues were up, but they missed on earnings by a couple of pennies. So they got punished. And the bets were being placed ahead of time. Look at this, 3 days down. And then the earnings came out. This is 25.72. Well, that's, it's $4 away. So you would think that would be support. Doubt if it's going to get down there today. Pink sheet stock, I don't know. Well, I guess I don't know. I guess I have pink sheets checked. This is a pink sheet stock. CMPGY is popping up here. Those of you like to play these ones, it's a big gap. The idea page that I just showed, which one was that, Jonas? Are you talking about where I put in the upgrades and downgrades? Can't do it in the YouTube room. You'd have to come over into, this is the main trading room that you see. Okay, I cannot post the upgrades and downgrades in YouTube. It just doesn't allow the number of characters. So if you want to come over to the other room, that's fine. And I'll give you the link. All right, market is going to open in less than, let's see, about 3 minutes, less than 3 minutes. So I'm just going to get rid of these two. And as always, if you want to follow my watch list up and down, and this one right here, the repeating version, if you, from the toolbar, click on New, and then Channel Bar, and then my watch list, right there, Barry's watch list. Remember, everything in the channel bar is a layout. So before you do that, make sure you do save your layout to the cloud. You can only have one layout loaded at a time. Oh, I thought I saw 4. I guess I was wrong. I thought it was 4 and 2, so I must be wrong. Okay, ADTX is a big move here. Look at this ADTX just gapping up right now. ADTX. Yeah, we don't. It doesn't work well enough to say yes, Yoav, in terms of emailing alerts and all that. So the answer is no. Okay, I know it's sort of listed on our homepage that you can get text alerts, but the answer is no. Something that is constantly being worked on. No idea when it will happen, if and when it will happen, but all right, guys, we are less than a minute now from the open. Well, let's have a great start to this truncated trading week. 4 days, of course. Hope everybody had a nice 3-day vacation. So Night Fox, maybe you don't have me on. You have me on mute. All the trades of the week are long plays. Okay, maybe you have me on mute. I answered that before. Yeah, skills. Look at skills. SKLZ. A little pop here also for SKLZ. Z. All right, we are now open. So as usual, I don't typically trade in the first 15 minutes. Kind of let things settle down a little bit. I don't know what you mean by a webhook or write to a file. You can send. We have alerts here. You can send the alerts and everything, not just the column of symbols, but if you wanted everything, you can send to save contents to an Excel file, or you can copy. You can copy them, like just Control C, copy them, and paste them into a notepad or something like that. All right, here's Travago again. Look at Travago again. So it's already above, right at Friday's high. So there's an early mover here. And we just have our first halt of the week. SCKT just got halted on the way down. So here again, tankers, guys. Last week, this was a sector that was really, really alive. NAT. Here's another one that is popping right now. Again, these are all early looks here. BORR. Another early one here. Just one moment, please. Well, AMKR took a header. Interesting. I got right to that high that it got on Friday. It took a header again. Okay, WIMI is always seems to be an active one. So look left. Look at the high over here. A few months ago, up to $29. Low float, 11 million in the float. Trade of the week is RRC, Paula. RRC. And the suggested entry is 1033. It is above that right now. It was above that in the pre-market. So they're saying, look, if you want, you can wait. You know, if you don't take it right away, you can maybe wait for a pullback. And the pullback to you have to put the 10 SMA on your 15-minute chart. You can see this is the 20. That blue line is a 20. So, I mean, but it's up to you, okay? The energy plays are going to be pretty alive right now because of what's happened in the southwest, Texas, etc. with the cold snap, and I guess it's affecting oil supply. Look at SOS, lifetime high now, crypto play. What do I think about ITRM? Not much, sorry. I mean, a lot of volume right now, but I mean, it's not moving yet. If it starts to, yesterday or Friday's high was 250. It's a big float, 73 million in the float. I don't know, do they have any news? Don't see any news. So let's take a look at the market. So what is the market doing? So the SPY's up a little, Dow's up a little bit, NASA's up. I'm not getting any new highs yet. Make sure I've got the right one here. Yeah. NNDM on the move here. It is still negative. It's still down from Friday's close, but it is trying to move. Look at the volume coming in. It's a big float though, 207 million in the float. That was WBAI doing after their big crypto purchase. So it's still up here. You know, not a huge float, 39 million in the float. It's not an all-time high. I don't know where the all-time high would be. I guess I'd have to go back to 2014 before we start to see these levels for WBAI. All right, SCKT just opened after the halt, all the way down. We have a couple of, let's see, AI, let's see what's happening with them. Are they still in play? Don't know. You know, you can tell me. I mean, GME, and I don't think GME is really doing much. I saw BlackBerry actually had a downgrade this morning. So as we speak, they don't seem to be in play. At least those ones. SOS. Wow, what a just a straight move up. Wow, almost $2. This is an interesting one, guys. This VLCT, you know, keep an eye on this one. I think I have an alert set right here at around 1642. I mean, you know, back here, this is I guess an IPO. Back here in July of 2020, July of last year. I mean, this hit $36. Yeah, small, well, high short. Yeah, I mean high short interest. I mean if if you want to follow the you know, there's our short float. Here's our short float. You don't see the percent, but that is it. So put a high short float percent, and just see what happens. I mean, can't really do too much more than that. I mean, here's, you know, Tilray as an example. It's a high short float. You know, it's not. It's trying to bounce. Is it? Yeah, it's still bouncing after the disaster on Thursday. But that's how you can start. You know, start off with a high short float percent. What you use is up to you. You know, you want to try 20, 15 as a min, and just see what happens with other filters. Well, look at SOS. Just well, that's what we call severe rippage. Okay, I'm watching this AMKR, guys, to see if it's having a little bit of a bounce. It was pretty big turn down. Okay, nothing will happen in these two windows until at least 9:45. And as always, I'm really, you know, there's FSR. FSR just gave me a price alert. So it is above last week's high. And the next high is looking left around 21.37. So it's about $1 away from the next highs on the weekly chart. Yeah, look at Clovis. Clovis, wow. I mean, this has been just a disaster for this is the fourth day now, straight down. And below this, well, what could have been considered support, CLVS right here, but it's taken that out now. Next area could be 620. Any good energy plays? I don't know. I think Oxy is an earnings play after hours today. There we go. Yeah, February 16th. So, I mean, I don't know if it's a good one or not, but I mean, this is energy, of course, is strong this morning because of the cold snap. I don't know if there's any energy earnings this morning, like pre-market. I don't know if I saw any. Okay, guys. So this is my. Don't know what's going to happen with this window today, but I mean, this has been giving us some really great alerts. Nothing yet. Moving higher with unusually strong options. Just waiting for the first one. So the AI is taking some shorts. Early alerts from the AI. All right, so here are some. Okay, so finally got some in the basic new highs. So this is trying to come back. This is a low float, ALJJ. So when we look left on the monthly chart, what do we see? We see the next high is 319, so 262. That's far enough away. Let's take a look on the weekly chart, see if there's anything more. Yeah, around $3 the next high. So there is some room, not a ton of room. But there's a nice gap up. Seen this one all last week. Look at Vine. So big comeback day. Had a big day. I think that was Monday, Tuesday. Let's see, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. I guess that was Tuesday. Had a big day on Tuesday, VYNE, and kind of faded the balance of the week. Trying to come back now. Not a low float. 182 million in the float. ALJJ on the move, guys. ALJJ. The high in the pre-market was 325, it looks like. 323. And again, nothing will show up in these two windows by design. I put a 15-minute delay on anything happening here. Well, we had one great AI alert so far, 6% now. I don't mind talking about it now. $27.99 on the entry, $29.85 now, almost $2. Very quick. This is a 2-minute chart, so that is very quick. And the spread, it's 20 cents. I don't know what it was. I mean, it can be very whippy. All right, this one is starting to move here. CTXR. Look at the volume coming into CTXR. Look at that 2-minute candle right there. 700. Oh wow, a million shares. It's traded more than half right here in that candle. CTXR. Back this out on the monthly chart. See what we have. Looks like there is some. Well, it's kind of choppy in that monthly chart. Well, guys, this is, yeah, the CTXR, just big surge here. The next high looking left on the daily chart is right there. It's right at it. Is this shortable? This is shortable for me. Not saying I'm going to short it right now, but there's the next high looking left. It's right at it. That was on February the 4th. Wow. Great alert so far from the AI on YI. It's a bit of a spread issue, but at this point the spread didn't really matter. 27.99 was the alert. Got up to 31. Wow. Okay, so yes, I'm just noticing here now. So yeah, so I did get, wow, got an alert from my watch list at 12:58 for Socket, SCKT. It's going to be whippy. It's a super low float. Has earnings tomorrow. Just have some news today regarding Apple iPhone. And there's Torch, TRCH. Have to look left to see where the resistance is for Torch, TRCH. Back this monthly chart up a bit, and let's just take a look. I don't see, you know what? This is probably, I don't know if this is a name change or, I'm going back to 2015, so who cares? So this is really, really, I mean, it's an energy play, of course. I don't know where they are. Texas, so it's an energy play. Well, Grumpy, as always, you make an inane comment. Nothing to do with the AI. Socket, this is from my watch list. I guess you just love the attention. My current AI setup, well, it's all you have to do is go. It's right there. There is the AI right there. All you have to do is go to the toolbar, click on New, File New, and what? Sorry, my price alert came in here. New, and then AI/Holly Strategy Trades window. Okay. And that'll be, this is the window, and then you'll see all the alerts as they come in. I would incorporate that as part of your layout. Okay? So you don't have to do it every morning. Still waiting for an option alert. Nothing happening yet in that option scan. You can certainly use Interactive Brokers, Philip. Interactive Brokers. It's certainly it's a universal platform. Available in many countries, including yours. Okay. So it's interactive brokers. Yeah, FINV. Wow. Yeah. No kidding. I mean, it pulled back 816 and to 7 something. Yeah, we talked about this as the bit of the laggard compared to Tiger, TIGR. Tiger, which is, okay, guys, there it is. New high, lifetime high for Tiger, TIGR. Well, you have to look it up. I don't have links for you. It's Interactive Brokers. Okay, let me just get the caps off. Just do a Google search for Interactive Brokers. Okay. All right, well, here's that BLCT, guys. Boy, it is, it's actually, it took out that high. I didn't think it would do it today. It took out that high right there, BLCT, on the move. China stock. Did Fossil, when did they, oh, it was pre-market. It was, you're right, it was pre-market. So actually they did gap up a little bit. No, you got lucky. Boy, still waiting for, wow, this one just absolutely exploded. Look at this one I was just talking about. It was right here at 16 something. Look at this, BLCT exploding now. BLCT. So SY is on the move. The next high looking left is, wow, it has some room on the weekly chart. SY $17. PAVM on the move here. Also PA. All right, so ALDX. I wonder if this is going to trigger up here. ALDX. I think it's on my watch list. I think it's on the watch list. Oh, it's ADTX that's on the watch list, not ALDTX. ALDX. Okay. So guys, here's a word about the AI. Look at this. So they had the alert at 27.99. The AI got out at 27.84, which in theory would have been a small loss. As a trader, of course, you would never let that happen, I hope. 27.99, what did it get up to? Got up to $31. You can't allow it to come all the way back down to the entry. Okay? So we're always talking about managing the exits. Everybody wants to auto trade, but best way to use it is to manage the exits on your own, okay? Okay, let's take a look at There's the ALDX is on the move here. ALDX on the move. And it has, let's see, what sort of room does it have? The next high looking left on the daily chart is 1462. It's not a excessively high float, 42 million in the float. Does it have any news? I see that Wainwright initiates coverage. How's the other one doing? FUTU, that was the other super high flyer. And it has, oh, there we go. So there is the first one, and it happens to be FINV from the option play. So what did it hit in the pre-market? 812? No, there isn't. And the reason being is that the topless window gets updated every 30 seconds. It would drive you crazy. So there's no, there's no reason to have an alert wind or an alert sound on a topless window. It's a different function from the alert window. Oh, look at this one. Washington Prime, WPG, on the way down here. So the 200-day moving average is, it's about $2 away. WPG taking a header here. See if there's any specific news for it. I don't see any. Boy, PAVM. Saw this one, momentum up. It is still moving. High is, I'm sorry, I've got the wrong chart up. PAVM. Palantir, PLTR. Yeah, I mean, look, it's definitely a downtrend. I mean, it had it tried to pop up. It's an earnings play. Got really slammed on earnings. So my only thoughts are you got to wait to see really what happens here. I mean, it popped, starting to move down, takes out those lows. It could keep moving down. You would think there could be some support around 2560. So right now, hard to know which direction. Okay, so Boiler, I don't have my layout. It's individual scans, okay? So if you click on, somebody asked me for my layout. So if you click on my home page, the tab in the trading room, and then click on my home page link, and then click on the links for my scans. Okay, they're all here, Boiler. Okay, and anybody else who's looking for all the scans, just to let you know, these are the 4 that I use in the pre-market: gap up, gap down shared, and the pre-market actives up and down. These are the 4 that I use for my pre-market. But all the other scans are all here. All right, guys, FINV making a semi-move here. Let's see if it can take out these highs right here, the pre-market highs. We're talking about right there. There it is, the first one, 752, 763 right now. Let's see if it can keep going. Another one on the move here, RADA. I wonder if this is a crypto play. I think so. I mean, you wouldn't think so by reading their profile, but RADA, look at RADA. Take a look at it on the weekly chart. All-time high now, RADA. Just took out that high of, looks like that was Monday's high right there. Okay, guys, so far a mini winner I'm going to call for FINV from 752. I have to see it take out these high at 8. This could be an interesting, I know some of you have been holding this one. I started talking about this one, I think, right around here. And the reason I was talking about this one, this is a China Fin. And, it had been lagging behind, Tiger, TIGR, which I think now is an all-time high. Yeah, and FUTU. So FINV, a lot cheaper. I think even fewer in the float. So I know some of you have been swinging this one. All right, guys, just watching a couple of ones that are on my thumbnail charts. Okay, so what happened here? ARAV 8, wow, 805, wow, missed that one. Wow, 866. Okay, guys, this is my watch list up and down. You can access it from the toolbar. Click on New, Channel Bar, and then my watch list right here. Remember, it's a layout. It is a layout, so make sure you do save your layout to the cloud first. You can only have one layout loaded at a time. Well, RADA is just making a statement here. So there's the next high. Again, the next high looking left is 1462. It's getting close. Then after that, on the monthly chart, we're talking, 1670, yeah. So the watch list layout is from the toolbar, click on New, and then Channel Bar. And then where it says Barry's watch list, right there, okay? But again, remember, it's a layout. So if you have a layout already up and loaded, make sure you do save your layout to the cloud first. Then you'll get these 3 windows plus a couple of charts. Man, ARAV, what a nice alert, 805. How's Torch doing? 428, 461, 1258. You got up to 1395, so some 1629. Wow, so really good ones. Really good ones from the watch list today. All right, so I see this one was halted at 936. Volatility halt, 936. And this is KBNT. Probably had a symbol name change right here. That's why it looks like an IPO, but it is not. And the high over here is 930. So I don't see it is, yeah, I don't see what it's really stacking up to be. This is going to be longer than, of course, a 5-minute halt. Voya. Oops. All right, Voya. Well, let's see. It's not doing too much. It's decent volume in terms of, the 6 times normal, but it's really not doing too much. So I really don't have any thoughts on it. I mean, it's nothing that, to me, that exciting right now. Okay, yeah, let's take a look at MJ. Is it, yeah, it's hanging in there. I mean, it hasn't, it had a little pop pre-market. Again, it's up 4%, just kind of hanging in there. This is the cannabis ETF. I missed this BLCT. Boy, this is just huge now, guys. BLCT 1629, 1670 now, 1780. The spread is 10 cents. Not terrible. All right, guys. I think I can say that this is now a winner. On a percentage basis. Come on. Talking about FINV. So we had the alert at 752, got up to 776. You have to trade it accordingly. Hey, AMKR on the move again, guys. Pretty whippy, but it's on the move again. See if it takes out that 25. HYLN, that was a big one. I think that was the big one on Thursday. Yeah, huge move on Thursday. They actually did have some news that, well, the market seemed to like that day anyway. It pulled back on Friday, and here we are again. Okay, give me a moment, please. All right, I'll be right back. All right. Well, Sonny, you can always try the standard, and at some point, you can always upgrade if you want. So there's no rush to get into the premium service. You can always upgrade later. If you're brand new to Trade Ideas, I mean, I would try our standard first. You like it, then you can always upgrade later. Okay, so what it's looking at, it wants to be above the high of the previous day. That's the 100%. Okay, so for anything to show up here, it has to be above the high of the previous day. So you can see right there, there's the high of the previous day as an example. There are way more stocks on the watch list. These are the ones that have triggered. I don't want them all to trigger, of course. Okay, guys, I definitely call this a winner. 752, 783 now. We have a winner. So I've taken some out, guys, because I'm always aware of this whole number. I always think that a stock could stall at a whole number. So I have taken some out of the FINV. So I'm just going to wait for the next one. See if we get another one from the moving higher with unusual option activity. All right, here's another one, guys. These deep sea freight transportation sector. This was live last on Friday. You can see there's the move it made. Even bigger today. Low float, 4 million in the float. I'm kind of waiting just for my option plays, though. Getting my levels. Now, if this pops through 8, I mean, then again, you guys want to. I mean, this is something that you can consider swinging. I mean, it's already pretty extended from last week, but as long as these other ones, Tiger, these China fins remain strong. I mean, look at that move. I was going to swing this one too. I just didn't like the way it finished trading on Friday. I wanted to see it take this out on Friday, that high right there, and it just didn't do it for me. So consequently, I did not take it. I was really considering swinging this one. We do have some affiliates who are doing it north. So is it legal? I think they have to do it a bit on a delayed basis. I don't get too involved in all that. Well, I'll tell you what then. If you want, info@trade-ideas.com. And give us the website and we'll take a look, okay? If you don't mind. They're supposed to be delaying it. Let me just. Anyway, sorry, somebody asked about swinging PLR2. Well, I mean, look, it's an earnings play. So, I mean, right now, I mean, it doesn't look good, does it? I mean, this is the fourth down day. So to me, this is not anything that I'd be looking at swinging right now. Well, let's see. Can you take? I just stick an alert up here for FINV. It did get up to what was the high in the pre-market? It got up to 811. So I'm just sticking an alert right around here, 809. See if we can blast right through that 8. Look at AMKR. A very strange trader. Very strange one. HRNG, don't sleep on HNRG, I've been advised by IJA. Yeah, I mean, it's got some room to 3 for sure. It's not a low float. Well, it's not crazy high. Guys, FINV getting closer and closer to the Magic 8. Magic 8 ball. You can turn them off, I think. Properties, smart risk levels. I guess you can turn them off. Okay. There's a check mark right there. So if you right click on a chart, I guess if you uncheck that, you might have done that. Well, guys, I usually wait till about 10:30, but I'm going to do it now. Oh, and we have another one. Take a look here, 12:55. Let's see, with SOS. Boy, we've had some great alerts from my watch list and So far, well, the first one, of course, FINV. SOS just appeared here. It appeared up here also. In the auction just a little bit earlier. Under property, don't see that option, then yeah, I guess you have to have a later version of Trade Ideas, Bill. So just go, if you go to my home page, so go to my tab, Barry's home page, the tab, click on the home page link. When you do that, download software. And I would have the beta. I would go right to the beta. Okay, keep scrolling down until you see the beta. The beta will have the flags and all that. Now, you will have to do a reboot. Okay, so if you don't want to do that, then wait to the end of the day. You don't want to do it now. Okay? Well, okay, first of all, yeah, I think I'll start my spiel right now. Well, if you're new to the room, welcome. This is the format. Monday, of course, not today's Tuesday, but Monday to Friday, between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. Eastern Time. I share my screen live on the mic. If you have trade ideas, or if you don't have trade ideas, if you click on my homepage link, first of all, I have to put that into our YouTube room also. Just give me a moment. So if you do click on my homepage tab in the trading room, and of course in the YouTube room, I've got the link for my homepage. So you click on the link, and you'll be brought to my homepage. Here's how you can take out a subscription. Now, don't use this code right there. It is if you use Washington all in caps. Okay, I should actually put. Just give me a moment here. Just want to make sure you guys know not to use that code. Okay. So I don't know what you mean by what trade account type is the best, Philip. I don't know what you mean by that. If you're talking about a broker, I use Interactive Brokers, but I can't tell you that's the best. So again, when you do click on my homepage, and if you want to take out a subscription to Trade Ideas, just click on the Get Trade Ideas. And again, don't use that promo code that is on the website. We have 4 plans. We have a premium and a standard on an annual basis. So $22.68 a year. So let's just see what would happen. Click on purchase. And Washington. Okay. Click. And there is your discount. Okay. $453 off an annual premium. And of course the same thing would apply to the standard. The big difference between our premium and standard is the AI. That's the main reason why people want to try our premium service. I'm going to go over the AI earlier, or later. I'm going to go over the AI later. You do not have to take out an annual plan if you don't want. Going month to month is absolutely fine. Standard and premium, here are the prices. And that 20% discount using the Washington promo can be applied to the first month only. All right, after that, these are the prices that you'll be paying if you go month to month. Now there are a lot of information on my homepage, including the trade of the week. Trade of the week, it's sent to you every month. Well, of course, this was Tuesday because Monday was a holiday, but typically every Monday morning, about an hour, say 45 minutes before the market opens. Some of you, make sure you check your spam. If you're not getting it, you click your spam filter or spam box. And also, if you're using Gmail, I'm sure other email programs do something the same. Sometimes they go into your promos. Okay. I do a recap video. Usually do it around 1 o'clock. You can sign up for it here. All the scans that I'm sharing right here. Okay, all the scans. And of note, well, this is the one I love, the moving higher with unusually strong options. These are the 4 that I use in the pre-market: the gap up and down shared, and the pre-market actives up and down. Those are the 4 I use in the pre-market. Boy, WPG is just really moving down. Okay, big education link right here. All right. Click on that and you will see the 20 lessons as an example. I'd like to put that on its own because I think it's super important. Anybody who's brand new to trade ideas, that they take a look at that. And if you don't have trade ideas, again, you can take a look at the lessons. It'll give you an idea. HEPA is a financing, yes. $2 financing, yes. But it'll give you an idea of some of the basic features of trade ideas. Clicking on the 20 short lessons. And this is what you'll see. Boy, BLCT, what a tremendous winner. So it goes over all the basic features, what is a top list, building one, alert window, creating one, etc., okay? So I really, really recommend you, if you're new to trade ideas, do this first. Save you a lot of aggravation later. Daily support session. So I also moderate, there's a YouTube room. It's basically like this. They see my screen, they can hear me. When I say this, I call this the main room. A lot more action in the room. There are more traders in the room, etc. But at noon is when I take a break. So you can always head over there. Another trader takes over from 12 to 1. Today is Monday, so today is Sean, I'm sorry, today's Tuesday. So today is Steve, and he's the originator of the trades of the week. So you can ask him questions about how he comes up with the trades of the week and more. I mean, it's a general Q&A, but he is the person who comes up with the trades of the week every week. Of course, here's the free trading room right here. Daily webinars, again, Monday to Thursday at 5 o'clock Eastern Time. You can sign up for them all. They're all free, all archived. Education videos, and some ebooks that we created. So a lot of information is available from my homepage. Just click on the tab, Barry's homepage, right there. Yeah, just click on the alert boiler. Or not the alert. Just click on the link, load it, file load from cloud, then it'll appear, and then you can save it as part of your layout when you save. Okay. All right, now I do want to go over the AI. I want to go over Brokerage Plus. Wow, AMKR right back up. Yeah, kind of a crazy trader. All right, so I want to talk a little bit about, well, first of all, I just want to talk about what Trade Ideas is. I think some people get a little bit okay. Just one moment, please. give me a moment, please, guys. Okay, so what is Trade Ideas? First and foremost, we are a scanner. Okay, it doesn't matter what brokerage platform you have, we are a scanner. We're not a broker. You need a broker to trade, all right? So what do we mean by a scanner? Well, for instance, this is a scan that I created. And the program is called Trade Ideas. And again, these are ideas. Doesn't mean just because you get an alert that you just take the trade. There's where some chart reading experience comes in, etc. I click on an alert, I check the charts to see if I like what I see, and then I'll make a decision if I want to take the trade. But so this is a scan that I created, and using these filters. So again, this is the basic new highs and lows is one of the ones I'm sharing. If you didn't like, for instance, my price range that I have here, I have between 1 and 20. Maybe the minimum volume you don't like. You can make changes, of course. So if you get it on your screen, then of course you can go into the summary. You can see the filters that I'm using. And then if you want, you can make changes. You don't have to, of course. So as a scanner, if a stock meets all of these filter requirements that are here and it makes a new high for the day, I get a real-time alert. Okay, that's why I see SY over and over. Every time it makes a new high, I will see the alert. Okay, so that's what it is. That's what an alert window is all about. So what we did as a program, though, is instead of forcing people to learn a programming language, we created many, many, many alerts. Here are all the alerts. I'm not going to go over them, of course, all of them. Lots and lots of different types of alerts, which would all be real time. And then here, these icons that will signify that these are filters. So the idea is that you can create your own idea. You can create your own scan. Now, again, I'm sharing a lot of scans. So you can always take mine, take a look at them, adjust them if you want. So that's what Trade Ideas is. Okay, we're a scanner. Doesn't matter what brokerage platform you have, you can use Trade Ideas. Now, we do happen to have what we call an external linking tool. This is only available if you're using our web-based version. This is not available. So all the external linking tool does is this. It's a time saver. So if I get an alert like SOS, instead of my having now to type it into my order entry in my brokerage platform, all I have to do is, if I've established the link, I just click on the symbol and it'll load into the order entry. It's just a time saver. That's all it is. Okay? You don't have to. If your brokerage platform for some reason doesn't link with us, doesn't mean you can still use Trade Ideas. You just have to type the symbol in. Now, we do have an arrangement that if you happen to have an Interactive Brokers account, okay, wait a minute, before I get ahead of myself, I do want to talk about the AI. So the AI, what happens is this, is that we have what we call 50 baseline strategies. Once the market closes, the AI gets to work with an optimization program that optimizes those 50 strategies. That's what happened Friday once the market closed. And these are, out of the 50, these are the strategies that made the cut. Okay? Now, I always say it like this. I don't care what strategies made the cut. All I care about is show me the alerts I'm getting from them. So this is what I do. This is the Strategy Trades All window. Access from here, from the toolbar, click on New, AI/Holly Strategy Trades window, and here's the window. You just wait for the alerts to happen. You'll have an entry, and you'll have a stop. And it's up to you to manage the trades. You don't have to take the trade immediately. You can watch the way it's trading a bit if that's what you want to do. But this is what you'd be presented with. And what I would do is I would take this window and I would incorporate it as part of your layout. Okay, so you don't have to load it every morning. Yes, Keith, you can review the lessons before purchasing the software. Absolutely. Those 20 short lessons, absolutely. Well, there's no training session. Oh, sorry. Who asked the question? Arnish. If I were you, first I would look at the 20 lessons. Okay, we do have one-on-one training, but it does cost. I can't remember what it is, $139. But I wouldn't do that until you've exhausted, all the other avenues to kind of learn how to use trade ideas. Okay, and again, this is the 20 short lessons. I would absolutely recommend that you click on that. Anybody who's new, and if you don't have trade ideas, you can still do the same thing. So you can see, some of the basic features that we have. I would do that before you book a one-on-one. We also have more educational videos. We have the Q&A session between 12 and 1 every day. You've got me, I'm here every day, between 9 and 3. You do get a notification before it auto renews on the yearly. Yes, just you got to check your email though. Listen. I mean, look. If you're going to take out I'm not just talking to you, Taylor, but I mean, if you're going to take out an annual subscription, I mean, guys, with all the tools available, I mean, we all have calendaring tools. Put it in your calendar. Put it in your calendar. If you take out an annual subscription today, on the 16th, why not on January 16th put it in the calendar that, hey, it's a month before my subscription is up. Okay, so you'll know. I mean, it's pretty simple to do these sort of things. Boy, this WPG I mentioned earlier, look at this straight down. Okay, I do want to talk about this Brokerage Plus window. So this is only available from the app. If you're using our web-based version, it's not available. And you'll notice here there's a Brokerage Plus, one of the options, and it says live and simulation. So if you have an Interactive Brokers account, you can actually use this window that we call Brokerage Plus to trade your Interactive Brokers account. I'm going to pop this video in. Okay, so it's called B Plus Connections. Now you'll notice that there are some other ones there, but I would concentrate, if you have an Interactive Brokers account, then you can use this window to actually trade your Interactive Brokers account. You would click on live, it'll connect to your IB account, and then you can actually use this window that we call Brokerage Plus to trade your account. So why would you want to be able to do that? Well, you could do things like this. And again, all of this is covered in that video. So for instance, let's just say you wanted to trade SOS. You click on SOS, you check the chart, you say, yes, I want to trade it. You go back to SOS, you right click, see how it says trade, and then this box pops up. And again, watching that video shows you how you can create your own what we call one-click trading options. Just a minute here. Let me click it on the simulator, and you'll see that this is now not great anymore. So you can just pick how you want to trade it. And again, that video explains how you can create your own buying or shorting scenarios. And this is what we call one-click trading. So I mean, it's very, very fast. You have to watch that video. It'll show you how to do this and create your own scenarios. So you just click on the chart. That's what I would like to do. People get very, I think, hung up on auto trading. For me, I'd like to see what it looks like on a chart. I'd like to see what sort of resistance there is nearby, and then I can quickly go back and just hover, boom, click, trade, done. Can you create a window to show only the stocks you are currently, you mean like a symbol list, just a watch list just for your stocks? Is that what you mean? Doesn't matter who you have as a broker, okay? It's just this window, you know, it's a nice way to trade if you have an Interactive Brokers account. That's all it is, okay? And you know what I explained here. These are hotkeys also. Flatten gets you out of position. Half gets you out of half your position. Double doubles your position. So it doesn't matter who your broker is, Sparky. I really want to explain that because, I mean, I get the question all the time. Well, I don't have Interactive Brokers. How can I use Trade Ideas? First of all, it's not mandatory to use this, Brokerage Plus, to trade. You know, again, if you can establish a link with whatever broker you've got, this is just a time saver. Just so you don't have to type the symbol into your order entry. So at the very, very worst, you get a symbol, you get a something that shows up from one of your scans, and you type it in, and you trade it from within your broker's platform. No, you can't. Using PayPal, no. Okay, now, this, I want to show you now the other big reason to use this Brokerage Plus window. I've already explained how you can, yes, you can trade using the window if you have an Interactive Brokers account. But for a lot of you who are starting out, or even if you're not starting out, but you want to, test something, see how it would work. Click on Sim, and now you're in simulation mode. Okay, everything I'm going to say right now is part of our standard service. So if you're new to trading, please, before you commit money to the market, practice trading. Practice, practice, practice. Very easy to do. Okay, I'm going to have to, just give me a moment, please. What's supposed to happen is the symbol is supposed to show up here. So let me just do one thing before, see if that helps. No, okay, that's no big deal. I just, there we go. Okay, so I just had to do a little, I just had to open it again. But you see what happens when I click on an alert? The symbol shows up in this box right here. Okay, so at this point now, you can pick how many shares you want to trade. You can pick how many shares. You can pick the price you want to get in at. If you're shorting it, you sell. And if you're going long, you buy. Now, I always like to start off okay, yeah, so you can create a symbol list and then attach that symbol list to a top list window, okay? So you've done the heart, but I'm going to drop a video that shows you how you can create your own symbol list, okay, with the stocks that you're looking at, and how to attach it to, say, to an alert window or a top list window, okay? Sparky, so I just put that in there. There's the link to the YouTube video that I created. Okay, so this is what I like to do, though. I like to show you how you can take a trade on what we'll call a pullback. See if anything. Okay, so let's just say we wanted to take this AVA trade, but we don't want to take it right now. We want to take it if it pulls back to, say, 806, right down here. So I'll pick how many shares I want to do that. Say I'll I'll just pick 300 shares. And what did I say, 806? So I'm going to put 806. In both of these boxes. All right, I'm going to click the buy button and look what happens. You see right on the chart, a dark blue line appears. So if ARAV goes down to $8.06, it'll take the trade. So that's how you can, because I know a lot of you like to take, say, a pullback, so you can just pick the price where you think would be a good entry and just do it, just like I've done it. You could also, of course, have done it the other way, that if, what if I thought, well, if I can take out these highs right here, I would like to take the trade. So you could have just put the price, of course, above the current price. Done the same sort of thing, and a blue line would have shown up here. Okay? So that is how you can do on a pullback. Now let's take a trade. I'm going to find one that might make a little bit of sense. Okay, I'm just going to take this trade because I want to demonstrate a couple other things about placing stops, why it's important to have a stop, why it's important to, figure out how much money you are willing to risk on a trade. In other words, if the trade works against you, how much money really do you want to, like the maximum you want to lose? Okay? So I'm going to take this trade right now, the DNNN. Okay, I'm going to go right at the market. The spread was a penny, so I just took this trade, DNN right there. Okay, 147. I'm going to put my stop at, actually it's pretty good, 127, right at the bottom here, which is almost 20 cents away, and which is going to make the math easy. Explain what I mean. So I'm going to add the stop order. Now, before you took the trade, you would have to know where your stop is, because that's going to help share size you, how many shares you would take. So if you're going to say, well, how do I know where the stop is? Well, again, that is where trading experience will come in. Hopefully you'll be able to start looking at charts and say, well, you know what? That is a support area, a nice support area. So if it broke down through that support area, I should be out of the trade. You have to get used to thinking that, all trades are not going to work. So the key to all this is money management. So you have to have a stop. The trade doesn't work. Get out of the trade, move on. That's number one. Number two is, okay, you've placed your stop. Now the second part of the equation is, depending on your account size, you should be risking about the same amount per trade. So if you have a $5,000 account, you're not going to risk $1,000 a trade. So let's just say your account size dictates that you could risk $100 on the trade, on a trade. So this is where I made the math pretty simple. I'm in at 147. My stop is at 127. It's 20 cents away. How many shares could I take if I'm going to risk $100 on the trade? Well, you would take 20 cents divided into 100, and you will get 500 shares. So you could, and just the reverse, 500 shares times, if you get stopped out for a 20-cent loss, equals $100. Okay, so please start thinking like that. The concept of a stop, and then when that stop, knowing what the stop is and knowing what your entry is, that'll share size you. Don't start thinking, well, I'll take 500 shares at every trade, 100 shares every trade. In my opinion, that's not the way to do it. So now here's the other concept that's really important. So you've listened to me and you think, yeah, okay, that sounds reasonable. I get the idea now of having a stop and all. But human nature being what it is, sometimes, we get very stubborn. And even though I've got a stop here at 127, if it starts to fall down to that price, I might start second guessing where I put my stop. thinking, well, you know what? Because I really think this trade has to work. So I'm going to start moving my stop down. Okay, moving my stop down, down, down. Even if I put a new stop in, it starts approaching that. Yeah, it's still too tight probably. So all of a sudden you can see what can start to happen. The $100 that you were willing to risk on the trade now starts turning into 200, 300, 400, and eventually you say, oh my gosh, what an idiot I am. And you get out of the trade with a $500 loss instead of the $100. So this is perfect for that. This, with this line right there, it takes all the emotion out of trading. It hits your stop, it takes you out of the trade. No emotion, and you just move on. So you can practice all of this, okay, in the simulator. I mean, that's the beauty of it. Just practice all of it in the simulator. Well, there's nothing you can do about that, Scott. I mean, you know, that's you run the risk, of course, of holding something overnight, and that happens. There's nothing you can do about that, and even that could even happen intraday. I mean, all of a sudden, if something crazy happens, you know, I mean, there's some news that comes out and it blasts right through your stop. You know, there's nothing you can do about it. I mean, rarely does something like that happen, but you're right. There's nothing you can do about it. Yeah, the cold sweat. Yeah, no. Well, seriously though, you know what it's like? When was the last time when you're driving and a police car shows up behind you with the flashing lights? And that feeling you get, okay? And to me, it's a very similar feeling as you realize that you have made a mistake and you haven't obeyed your stop, and you get so stubborn, you keep thinking, oh, it'll pop now, oh, it'll pop now, it'll get back up, 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 up. And it's a real sinking feeling, okay? So that allows you, takes all of the emotion out of the trade. So practice, okay? Practice, practice, practice. Now, for those of you with our premium service, who I know a lot of you want to auto trade the AI as an example, okay? If I can't convince you not to, all right, but if you're bound and determined that that's really what you want to try, well, try in the simulator first. You know, you have our premium service. You can turn on all of the AI strategies by highlighting them all, right click, and enable. Okay, now they're all on. Now, you're in the simulator though. See what happens. See if it's such a great idea. Okay? You can also do the same thing with your own strategies that you create. If you wanted to try to auto trade your own strategies that you create. Again, that video shows you how to create the strategies. And so these are the strategies. Well, these are the ones I've got. You can turn them on, but practice first in the simulator. It'll tell you whether or not these are good strategies or not. Okay, it's very powerful, guys. I mean, and the question we get all the time, well, how long will it take me, how long do I have to practice trading? Who knows? Some people, it could take a year. Some people, it might be 6 months. Some people, it depends how disciplined you are. There's no hard and fast answer to that question. Well, you can always get out. I don't quite get the question. I mean, your stop loss is where you're get out of town. Okay, that so you can if you do this in this fashion, set up ahead of time your buying and shorting parameters and click how you want to trade it. You'll see, and I'm not going to go over all this, okay, because it's all in the video. It's all in that video that I pop in. Otherwise, I'd be, and I'm not trying to be mean to anybody who's looking for, for me to go over all this, because that's all I would be doing. So the video explains all of it, okay? How you can create your own buying and shorting parameters, how you can have a stop loss. Now, you know, you can always override. If I want to get out of the trade right now, I just flatten it. Okay? Now, this can also be used to practice swing trading. You notice here that this rave showed up. This is something I must have been just showing people how to, and I didn't delete the trade at the end of the day. So this is another way you can practice swing trading. If you don't exit the trade at the end of the day, it'll carry on. Okay? It'll carry forward. Okay, so Jay, I mean, there is a slight argument to be made. I mean, really, if you're starting out new, though, I would risk the same amount per trade. I know what you're saying. It's almost like playing blackjack, where you think the cards are a little more in your favor, so maybe you're up your bet a little bit. You know, some setups, probably look better than others. Okay, but I would get in. I mean, if you're going to vary, but you wouldn't want to vary if you're risking $100 a trade, and then you see a setup. Ooh, this looks a lot better. To say risk 200. Maybe you're going 110 or something. I would try to keep it the same amount per trade. Zooming in on a chart, yes. Flying monkey, left click on a chart. Okay, left click on the chart that you want to zoom in on. Control key press down on your keyboard. Keep it pressed down. And then with your scroll wheel, scroll in and out. Okay, and that'll help you, that'll zoom in and out on a chart. Okay? Yeah, so listen, I am not an investment advisor, okay? So you're asking me the trigger was 1033. This is up to you, okay? I mean, it was approaching the 1033 trigger. It is up to you. If you like the premise about why RRC is the trade of the week, then, I mean, but it's up to you. So I cannot tell you, yes, you should buy this now. Well, you learned a very hard lesson there, One Fix It Man. So I'm glad you're able to. Come back from it. Yeah, so if you have let's see, I'm always find it hard to, let's see, is it going to pop up? Yeah, it did pop up. Yeah, so this is available certainly in the beta, the calendar feature. What I was showing you there is you can now go back, and this is going to get better and better, okay? But now you can go back and check your previous trades. Only available with the simulator right now, okay? Not available. Excuse me, if you're trading, using this to trade Interactive Brokers. Okay? So Tom, if you click on my homepage link, I don't know what version of Trade Ideas you're on. If you click on Help and About, it'll tell you. Now I'm on a development version, but it'll tell you. And so what I would do though, if you don't have the calendar feature and when you click on it nothing is popping up, then I would go to my homepage and download the latest beta. And if you do that, again, I'm just showing you in YouTube, I put the link, and this is what it'll look like. Okay, you'll come to this is what will happen when you click on my homepage. And then click on download software, and then I would move down past the production version. I would download the beta. Nothing wrong. Now, you're probably going to have to restart your system. Okay, so I would do it. If you're in trades right now, obviously, I would wait. Yeah, we've had to do this because of this OneDrive that is really hindering people. We used to be able to download our program very easily, but anyway. So saving the layout is just File, Save or Share to Cloud. Okay, so from the toolbar, File, Save or Share to Cloud. And then you click on Entire, give it a name, and save it. So that's how you can save your layout. That's into the cloud. You can also save it to your computer, File, Save Layout, give it a name, and save it. A lot of that is all covered in the 20 lessons, okay? I really encourage people to take a look at the 20 lessons. Okay, have I answered all the questions? If I haven't, if I've missed a question, maybe you just repost it. Wimmy? You need interactive brokers, yes, to auto trade, yes. But again, Renee, before you, if you need our premium service also, before you do any of that, you can use the simulator to see how it would work. I would never put money in the market until especially if you're going to try to auto trade something, before you practice. Okay? I mean, you can practice in the simulator, and then you can turn all the AI strategies on, and then you'll see how it would work. Okay? And so all you have to do is click on the Holly AI tab, and then you can pick the ones you want. If you only want to do long trades, that's fine, but you can highlight them all, like I've done, and then click and enable. You have to do it every day. Okay? We force you to know that you have that you are in auto trade mode. Okay? So again, Night Fox, I don't know if you're kidding about answer 42. I don't know if you're kidding. Boy, Tiger, what a fabulous. I would have, I really wanted to swing this one. I wanted it though to take out the high on Friday. Or on Friday, I wanted it to take out that Wednesday high. And I probably would have taken this as a swing. Just a great. But I didn't do it. Oh, I see. Okay. Sorry, don't have time for that, Night Fox. Meanwhile, the AI also had BLCT. So in my watch list, it came at 1649. The AI was a little bit later, 1743. All right, let's see what else is happening here. Well, again, I guess the SOS. So let's just look back. And again, you have to trade these guys. Now, some of them can be held, but I mean, these are, generally speaking, intraday. Some of them can be held. I mean, it's just a matter of looking at the daily, weekly, monthly charts to see if you want to hold them. But so 752, it got up to 804 SOS, 1255, it got up to 1372, and this one I don't think it's moved. DNN 146. Yeah, it didn't really do much, but certainly 2 out of the 3 were great returns, percentage returns, in a pretty short period of time. All right, guys. Well, let's see. I'm not getting too many new alerts right now. Yeah, I want to find out. I mean, it almost appears it's available now, but and we're talking E-Trade. Let me just I'll find out about E-Trade. Oh, I trade. Yeah, I use Interactive Brokers. Yeah, so E-Trade is not ready, guys. E-Trade is not ready. Found some bugs and all that, so it is not ready. IB is the only one right now. It's all I know, JB. Ultimately, I think what'll happen is that you'll be able to have your live account and a simulation account, okay, at the same time. That's about all I know. I think it is. Well, I wouldn't use it. I wouldn't use it yet. Um, okay, I think they've jumped the gun. The theory behind it is that, let's just say I'm doing something in the simulator, and it seems to be working very well. I could then take that, and because I'd have my live account open, I could have another window with my live account open, okay, and then I could take that trade then for real. As I see it working in the simulator well. There's no market replay, no. Somebody talked about Realtek. Well, I haven't heard Realtek mentioned in a long time. To me, Realtek is, I mean, I might be wrong. It's more like a charting package. But certain Interactive Brokers, I mean, you're not going to go wrong. I'm not trying to, I'm not overselling it or anything like that. But I mean, Interactive Brokers, I've had it for over 4 years now, and I think it's just fine. I find that Riot and Mara are very difficult intraday traders. These are, I mean, it's not bad. Actually, it's better than I thought. I mean, it was having a downturn just before the market opened. Like Mara is probably doing the same thing. But, I mean, look, you're buying this because, it's a crypto, these are crypto plays. If you think crypto is going to $1 million, I guess you buy them. Oh, Alan, there's no question. Interactive Brokers has got this guy's an international reputation. Absolutely. I've had no issue for 4 years with them. Yeah, so Denison at DNN, this is yeah, a old Canadian company, big float, but uranium play, as somebody is pointing out, uranium is in the news, of course. Oh, there's no question. If you want to put GBTC up, the ETF, I mean, Mara and Riot almost duplicate this, usually. Socket got halted, yes, on the way up. SC, yes, it's had a few halts today. Couple on the way up, couple on, well, I shouldn't say a couple. Definitely one on the way down, at least. But now this one just got halted on the way up. SCKT. Now this could go anywhere. I mean, the news is, something to do with Apple. Barcode launching scanners for iPhone 12. So, you put Apple in a press release, little company, 4 million in the float. Whether they can make any money doing it doesn't really matter. It's right now it's all the perception. All right, guys, sorry about that. Just following a discussion. All right, here's another one now. AGTC, what are you doing? AGTC, so what sort of room does it have? 472, 740, high right there. This is interesting, guys. It has a lot of room. AGTC, take a look on the weekly chart. The next high, 845. AGTC popping into the option scanner. Starting to move, guys. There was the alert, 751, 760. I can't tell you to take the trades. All I can, if you've got this is like, you've probably heard me talk about this now for the last 3 weeks. It's definitely my favorite scan. Oh, that's right, IJ. That's right, AGTC. I almost forgot. I almost forgot that was the one. So look left, and the next high looking left looks like it's around 844. Yeah, so Night Fox, I don't know what you mean. Yeah, so I said on Thursday or Friday, I made a slight change. I actually reduced it to 400% from 500%. You don't have to do the same thing, but yeah, I reduced it to 400% of normal instead of 500%. So that's why, I'm just noticing here AGTC is 426. So that's why it was showing up. Yeah, this socket now with this iPhone news, I mean, now it's going to get really, well, it's already crazy. So I don't know what you mean, Night Fox. Add it on the charts to add short-term trading activity. I don't know what you mean by that. My guess is no. I mean, if you look at right click on our charts and look at the properties, my guess is no. Oh, I mentioned this one earlier. So look at this SY, 1695. So this is it's not an all-time high, but it's breaking out these levels right here. I think the all-time high is up here around 2288. Okay, so this is what I would do, Boiler. So I would take the scan and then save it to the cloud. Okay, so you take something from the channel bar that you like, a scan from the channel bar that you like. Okay, so imagine if this was the one, so you right click and then save or share to cloud and save. So now it's in the cloud. Then you can do that going through, the various channels, pick and choose the ones, and then they'll be in the cloud. And then you can load your layout, the layout that you want, and then file load from cloud, and you'll see them, the ones you've been saving. One at a time, you just bring them back. And then go through the exercise again of saving your layout with those new extracted scans. Have I told you I love this scan? Love this scan. So this is just the don't repeat version. You guys have got this. Okay. This is just the don't repeat version. So this allows me to kind of go back and say, okay, I had the alert at 9:56 and the price was 7:52. What did it do from there? That's what this allows. Whereas you see right now, AGTC, it's repeating every time it makes a new high. So yeah, guys, so yeah, I reduced, the reason I'm seeing this AGTC is I reduced my filter value from 5 to 400. I mentioned that on Friday, 500 to 400%. So that's why, yeah, again, you guys don't have to do the same thing, but yeah, Boiler, that was a fault. Our support people were getting crazy. Yeah, because all my shared scans were pinned, and that was causing all sorts of issues. So that's why I just shy away from talking about pinning at all. It's fine if you know what you're doing, but. So Luke, all you do is this: you take your. I'm going to show you how to do it. Okay, so you can take an alert window. This is the non-repeat version of this window also. So you take your window and right-click and duplicate it. Excuse me. So you duplicate your window and then right-click, Properties, and you see, Properties, and one of the options is Don't Repeat. So then you can check the don't repeat, and then here are your time frames. You can don't repeat for a minute, 5 minutes, 15, 30, an hour, or for a day. That's what I've chosen. Okay. And then just say okay. Probably want to give it another name so it's a not repeat version. Just, Yeah, no, it's not in the configuration. So again, duplicate your window first, right click, duplicate the window. So now you've got a duplication of it, and then right click, Properties, don't repeat, and then pick the time frame you want. And then I would also give it in the summary, I would also then give it another name, so that it's the don't repeat version. Okay? That's what this one does too. This is the first alert. I'm afraid to look. Yeah, well, I mean, this is the thing, guys. You put Apple, in a PR. You've got 4 million in the float. It was a bit rocky. I mean, look, remember it got up to $14. It dropped $4 just like that. But yeah, it could be a very, very fluffy PR. But as you know, doesn't matter what we think. Okay, give me a moment, please. I'll be right back. Yeah, no shorts available for me for SCKT, not at Interactive Brokers. Wow, HEXO got halted. Surprised. HEXO got halted? Oh, because of news. XO got halted because of news. Yeah, JB. I mean, it's the only way to go. Will you miss some? Yes, but you'll drive yourself crazy if you have too many scans up and running. No, I've never heard of it, and the answer is no. Okay. All right, guys, 11:27. So, yes, so Steve, I just want to make sure. Give me a moment here. So let's see, CTK. I've seeing this one. Okay, lots of resistance close by for CTK. It looks like anyway. You're lucky you having shorts for SCKT, Zach. Yeah, so you're gonna have to contact your break or your broker, okay, Northlander. I think I think typically that is the way it works, but best off contacting your broker for financial advice like that. Yeah, well, contact them. I'm not in that situation, so I just don't know. The other thing too is if you're in the States, you are subject to the pattern day trading rule. So, and with 5K, you're definitely subject to that. So you better find all that out first, okay? All right. Well, we can see right now the market's taking a bit of a downturn. Tech has gone slightly negative. The Dow is still positive. The SPY is slightly negative, but the SPY has been starting to give it up. So a lot of those early long trades starting to drift down, affected somewhat. Yeah, this is a tough one. This is a very strange one. I really think that if it can take out 26 with any vengeance, it probably won't happen today, but I think it could get really rocking. It's just there was the high that was the high last week, and of course the high this week. But it is not easy. There you go. Thank you, Moff. Yeah, this WPG is starting to approach the 200-day moving average. It's it still has a little less than $1 to go, but just trying to see if there's any specific reason for it. I don't see any headline on WPG. All right, yeah, so I just had confirmation that Steve will be in the YouTube room between 12 and 1. So I take my break just around 12. Before I go, I will put the link, YouTube room, and Steve, again, is the originator of the Trades of the Week. So you want to ask some questions about this week's Trade of the Week? I mean, it's RRC. The suggested trigger was 1033. It's a little bit above it. Well, I see Apple. Somebody's talking about Apple. I mean, I don't know about crashing hard, but it is trying to take this out. I mean, it's down 1.5%. I don't know about that if that's crashing hard. Well, eventually, things that go up that fast, eventually they come down. The trick is always when. Well, the question is always, okay, when? I mean, it's right back up. I mean, it's right back up. So yeah, I guess Zach, I mean, you definitely could have made some money on the downside if you had shorts available, but I mean, it is right back up. All right, guys, getting no new alerts. Just a minute, please. All right, guys, I'll be right back. All right, sorry about that. Yeah, so this one too, this CTK, what did I see? All right, I saw a lot of resistance right around where it is. Let's see. Listen, it may, if it can pop through this, it's got some room. This is an Israeli stock. Look at this one, this MCOR. Seen this one last week too. Look at that move it had on Friday. EMKR, another one that is moving. Look at the volume coming in. EMKR. What sort of room does it have? Let's look left on the weekly chart. So I don't know if it changed its name right here, symbol. No, that's not true. Okay, so we have to go back to 2017 before we start seeing these levels, so about 4 years ago. Who's got shorts for that one? And I'm glad I didn't. Very glad I didn't have shorts for this one. Would have been tempting many times. Boy, this WPG continues down, guys. I mean, there's the 200-day moving average. Now, you would think that might hold. It's still far. It's still quite a bit away from it, but yep. I mean, it's amazing how it works. I know it got just a little bit above 8, but it's amazing how it works. I mean, there was the high in the pre-market too. You could have said that stalled it also. There were two highs right at 811, but I'm always so wary about that whole number. Ooh. Ooh, this is crazy. This is a blank check company, guys. So, I mean, I'm sure it'll be good for a bit, this AACQ from my options scanner. But if you're going to get in it, just be really careful. It's an all-time high. I find they can be very, very whippy intraday. Sorry, guys, I'm just following a discussion. All right, so this is PRTA, guys. I mean, this is it's not quite above last week's high, 23.94, or that was Friday's high. If it takes it, I mean, this is will appear on this watch list right there. If it, but it has to take out the high of Friday. And I'm just trying to see. It's not a lifetime high, but let's just see where that lifetime high would be. Or yeah, so it's way up here. So that's why. But look at the room. That's why this is on the watch list. Look at the room this PRTA has. If it wants to keep rolling. Um, all right, guys. Wow, look at AGTC, guys. After the pullback, and then I was popped right through 8. AGTC. So again, looking left on the monthly chart, I mean, it's got room. I mean, 1042, I believe. Yeah. So again, one more look. 751, 811 now. Yeah, there's just no way for me to block these. As I said, the AACQ guys. I mean, I don't like the SPACs that show up here. I mean, they can. We had a few last week that I mean, they're great, very, very, in my opinion, very short term. I mean, we had one. I think can't remember what it was, but I think it went from like 12 to 1280, just like that, and it came right back down. So these SPACs are intraday are really, in my opinion, tough to trade intraday. So that's why I shied off on that one or backed off on that one. OCG. Yeah, of course. Yeah, I mean, I do know this one. I know what you're talking about. Of course, the big difference is it's the. I mean, I don't know what they do. Isn't it kind of Oriental? um, oh, that's right. I remember this one now. Yeah, yeah, yeah. That was that crazy one. There was another one that launched, I think, the day before. This is an IPO. Can't remember what that one was. It even went higher, I believe. Can't even remember what it was now. Just a thought, guys. My screen, is it the same as what you guys are used to in terms of resolution and the presentation, etc.? Is there any difference? Because I did have to, yes, I did have to project it in a different way today. The normal way I do it was not working, so I had to go to Plan B. I'm just wondering, is there a big difference? So big difference, no. So it's the same? Okay. All right. So nobody's having problems. Okay. Looks better? Interesting. Okay. Well, as long as it doesn't look worse. Really? It looks better and much clearer. Really? Interesting. Well, I can. Really? So this is this an overall? Is this overall what people are saying? This looks better than what you've been used to over the last. Those of you who've been in the room for quite a while. This looks better because I can eat because I can keep doing it this way. I always thought the other way was better. Okay. Yeah, good to know. Oh wow, better. Okay, good to know. Okay, okay, I get it. It's better. Okay, well, okay, guys, and I'll do it. This was supposed to be Plan B. Okay. All right, guys. So it is 11:51 now. So I'll be taking my break pretty soon. Steve Gomez will be in the YouTube room between 12 and 1. I want to put the link in here so you can head over there if you want to when I take my break. My break is only half an hour, but he'll be there for 1 hour. So you can head over there. And again, he's the originator of the Trades of the Week. So you can certainly ask him about, how he comes up with his ideas and all. AGTC guys. Again, I will call this a certifiable winner. 751, 833 now. Halted on the way down. SCKT halted on the way down now. Wow, H. Okay, so Flying Monkey, there are only two options, okay? If I can understand what you're trying to do, there are only two options with our charts. If you right click, properties, and you can either have it symbol linked or not symbol linked. So the check mark is here, so that's why 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. These 6 charts are symbol linked, so that when I click on a symbol, course, all the time frames, go to SCKT, whereas the SPY is unchecked. That's why it doesn't move from the SPY. Okay? So, but there are only two options, checked or unchecked. Okay, good. Ah, nice to hear. Okay, guys, I'm just going to put the announcement in. I will be here until Steve goes into the room, but I just want to put my announcement here. Sometimes I forget, so. Yeah, this CTK continues, and again, well, you know what? Looks like this resistance, it could blow this right through. I mean, look at this. I mean, there's the 200-day. Was just over it on Friday, and now, what do they do? CTK, and they're out of China. Okay, well, I mean, if it takes care of this right here, and it's trying to, then you look left. I mean, it's got room to maybe that 10, 11 mark. Okay, Jeffrey, hopefully this is the quick solution. Okay, and you know, just give me a moment, and I'll put that in. Okay, so that's for you, Dinav. There's my homepage link. So with your top list, make sure if you right click, time frame, and make sure it says live always. Okay? So Jeffrey, make sure it says live always. Then you'll get, you know, the pre-market action. Otherwise, if it's just during market hours, it won't start until 9:30 Eastern Time. Okay? So again, right click on your top list window and make sure you check live always. I was answering somebody in our YouTube room. RRC, Bullish Bear. RRC is the trade of the week. And again, you want to head over to that YouTube room when I'm sure I'm going to take my break really soon. And Steve is the originator, and he'll tell you all about it. The trigger was 1033, so yes, in the pre-market it was over that. It is pulling back. Boy, CTK is just saying, who cares about this resistance? I mean, the next high looking left looks like it's, okay, the next high is 732. Then we've got 745. Yeah, I mean, if it takes out 750, I mean, it's got a ton of room, CTK. I mean, it's already up 30%. Okay, Steve, so you probably can hear me. Okay, guys, so I'm going to stop the stream in YouTube, and then I'll be vacating for about half an hour.
Ooh, heavy breathing. I hear that. Let me put myself on mute. Turn that down a little bit. Clear my throat and say hello to everybody. Feels like a Monday, but it's really a Tuesday. My name is Steve Gomez. I'll be taking over for Barry here for the hour. We usually do that every day for 1 hour. One of us comes in and gives a different flavor of the room, or the program, I should say. Hello, Mike C. So I was peeking in, Jeffrey, as Barry was handing off to me. Um, it depends on what kind of scan you have. And I know what Barry showed you is if you have a top list window, then, time frame, live always, you're going to want that. If you have an alert window, well, that's a little bit different because an alert window is going to depend on the event. These are regular new highs and new lows. That icon there means it's only going to be active during regular market hours. If you need both pre-market and regular market, you can come and type pre-market, and you'll see we've got pre-market high and pre-market low. So you may need to add those if it is an alert window. So a little bit more nuance there on the question. I guess it just kind of depends on what type of alert you're using. All right, so if that helps, let me know. I heard somebody was asking about the trade of the week, which is a good place to start. This is the third week in a row my pick has gotten completely blown out by a giant gap up. And gap ups, especially giant gap ups, can do more damage to just throw off a good plan than anything. However, Mike C, and some of you, I know you've been attending, Bill, some of you have been attending my webinars the last 2 weeks. What is it that I mentioned is probably your best bet at managing an entry on these trade of the weeks when they blow out and gap up like that. I'll go ahead and circle it because I did it again. Okay, this is mirroring my other two accounts. I bought the trade of the week off of the pullback where it intersects the rising 10-period moving average. It's the safest place for me that I've noticed over the years to take an entry rather than be this guy here and be in total FOMO mode, horrible O there, and grab and buy the highs. The volume, the candle did not come down and trigger. I know Barry mentioned something about pre-market. If we look at pre-market, let's see what we can come up with there. Sam was thinking enter around 1070-ish. Why isn't there we go? There's pre-market. No, you had a little jam down there pre-market, but it never really gave us the buying opportunity of whatever it was, 383. What was it? Let's take a look here. 1033. Yeah, we never got close to 1033 in pre-market. So turn off pre-market, and that changes the complexity of my 10-period moving average, which is an important note. Yes, I have noticed the charts are a little slow. I'm going to do the old reset connection trick just to see if that helps. Okay, so taking pre-market out of play now, you can see we had about an hour and a half worth of selling here into the rising moving average. And the B tag there again signifies the buy tag, which I mirrored in this account. It's not, I'm using the simulator trader, but I'm trading it in other accounts. 2 out of 3 of the accounts I have took that entry right around 10. Well, I had it at 53 and then I moved it up because I didn't think it was going to get hit. I'm in around 1056, a penny away from current price. So I'll talk about this a lot tonight in my webinar, but this bigger picture here in the daily chart is very nice. Breaking out of congestion. If we can hold this gap, and this does turn out to be the low of the day, we'll hope, then that's a nice looking bigger picture chart there. The kind of thing you look back on and go, oh, wow, look at that breakaway gap. I could have bought that day. So I'm a swing trader. I'm not going to concern myself with too much. And I would have liked to have seen the price bounce off that moving average and be up here by now, but it's not doing that. But whatever, it's okay. It's holding a nice 1050 level. Nothing's perfect. All right, let's see. Somebody's trying to get a hold of me here. All right, so I'll check over there in a second. Looks like we're getting a few people mingling in. The market continues to just move higher. Again, third week in a row for my duties of picking a trade of the week that just blasts out of the gap. By the way, another thing that I'm long is not SLV. It is PSLV, which was the trade of the week when it got blown out this week, but it's been holding up relatively okay. But the interesting story to me was this morning, SLV at one point, it's down 0.2% now, but PSLV, Prot Silver, which is a different ETF altogether, which claims to have a much more sturdy backbone of physical silver in the vault. I think it's over 100 million, I can't remember, 100 million ounces, something like that. But anyway, it holds up better. And it just seems to be kind of an interesting point in time here where if you keep an eye on PSLV and how it relates to SLV, the SLV is starting to show cracks in the absurdity of the ETF that was created. I think they're just manipulating that thing by printing it, almost like fiat currency. Whereas the PSLV, and there's the answer, there's a need, a desire for a competing fund or an ETF, if you will, that boasts, hey, we got nothing to hide. Here's our vault. Here's our silver. We just added another 100 million, whatever. So interesting to keep an eye on that going forward. They are two different entities supposedly tracking the same commodity. All right, so welcome everybody to my Tuesday edition here. We'll talk about whatever it is you want to talk about. If you need to make a scan, we can make a scan. We can look at charts that you want to look at. Again, my market commentary is there's just nothing really to say about this other than watch out for when the music stops, because every now and then they stop the music and the algorithms freak out and everybody runs and looks for a chair, like the game musical chairs, like back here. This day right there was nasty, and then it just starts up again. So that's the churn that we're in. If you're short, you got to ask yourself why. There's really no technical confirmation to prove that. UABS coming through on lows. All right, let's see. Somebody's helping Jeffrey. Yeah, okay, good point. That might be Andy or somebody reminding us that there are certain filters also in pre-market that don't work in pre-market, that work in regular market. So if you have a top list, a T window, and it happens to have relative volume in it, no matter what you do with the time frame, it's not going to start working for you until the bell rings, because our relative volume database does not include pre-market data. We want to have good, rich data, and that is regular volume of the market. And just so you know, our relative volume is constantly scanning the stock as it relates to this time of day. So 12:07 Eastern, what's the stock doing compared to what it normally does a couple weeks back? Every day at 12:07, how many shares has it done? And we create a ratio. 1.0 means, hey, it's doing its normal track of volume. Something that's doing 2.0, and again, every single stock that you pull up, you'll see relative volume up here. This UAVS is doing nothing special today. It's right below 1.0. What's my PSLV doing? I bet you it's doing pretty well. It seemed like it had a good start to the day. Hey, look at that. PSLV is doing 6 times more volume than it normally would be doing for this time of day. Why is that not working? Here we go. So whoever wrote that, I think it was Andy. Good point. Yeah, that could be the case. Jeffrey, that's directed to you. Yeah, back to Sam on the RRC. And let me give you another thought that I had. I don't want to see that. Another thought that I had was going back this candle right there. The high of that was 1051, I believe. Yeah, 1051 on that red wick candle. And that's what we were kind of holding here for the last hour. All right, 1051 was the high of that last resistance. We would call that a pivot point, where prior resistance hopefully becomes current support, but in the moment we'll see how that resolves itself there. Okay, Robert, caught up with questions. Good question. How can I zoom in and out of the chart using a laptop without a wheel? Good question. When you have a laptop that does not have a mouse wheel or something along those lines, you default to the right and left arrow, and I will do that now. I'm going to click on my chart. Let's do the daily chart. I'll click on the daily chart, so make that your focus. Hold down the control key. Left arrow is going to bring us out. And right arrow is going to bring us in as long as I hold that control key down. If I don't hold the control key down, then we go backwards in a time machine, which is good for training and education, but not always in the moment what you want to see. So hopefully that helps you there, Robert. And anybody else on a laptop that wasn't aware. All right, so maybe RRC is just, again, once these things blow out like this, it makes the trade so much harder. It would have been so much more nicer if it came up from underneath and triggered a nice volume breakout rather than just a crazy gap up over the 3-day weekend. But hey, I'm going to base my decision on the exit on the close. I rarely will I get out of a swing trade right now because, oh my God, the trade's going to lows. But I'm a swing trader, and it's only 6-7 points out of the money, maybe 8. I'm not going to give that up here. So at the end of the day, how is the stock going out? How is the candle on the daily chart going to look for perpetuity? That's where I want to make my decisions, because this red here could turn into a giant bottoming tail wick, and we could close back up in the 1080s or maybe close to 11 by the end of the day. And you've got two completely different perspectives, midday versus end of day. So I've found that making my decisions to exit the trades that aren't working are best left for the end of the day. And I will also tell you, entering a trade, something I'm stalking or watching, usually when I say, oh, okay, well, let's see how it opens tomorrow, I usually regret that. I usually want to participate in the open in case there's a gap like this. And so I will also make entry decisions at the end of the day, because really, again, that's how the daily chart is going to go down in history. It's how it's going to go out for the day. It's how it's going to look. And ideally, like I said, this red candle might turn into a bottoming tail by the end of the day, and that's extremely bullish coming out of a pattern like that. So you got to slow things down as a swing trader. Oh yes, Sam brings up a good point. Let's do that. Let's take a look at, I brought some also-rans, as I call them. All right, these guys down here. Let's take a look at how they're doing. All right, I'll just move that over here and we'll type them. I said also keep an eye, names to watch, keep an eye on CLR, another gap up that just destroyed the chart. That's not good. OPK, oh, nice opening, but a horrible reversal. Didn't do much there. Car parts, PRT, another gap up. These gap ups just destroy these charts. And this is literally the first time I'm looking at these names. It has been a busy morning, and I'm not in a big buying mood at the moment. Boy, so far, these are pretty ugly. Yeah, let's take a look. Here we go. AEO. Still holding in there because you asked, Sam. You know, AEO is holding. I'm looking, how is it holding up in relation to that line? It can do all the backing and filling it once, but as long as it closes and stays above that line, it's okay. RIGL. Boy, so far nothing. Oh, a lot of broken charts on here. This is actually becoming a mental note for me. Things looked interesting on Friday are just falling apart here after a half a day of trading. This one's probably going to be the best of them all. And please take note, oil and gas, petroleum, natural gas extraction. Why is that important? Because our trade of the week in RRC is the same. RRC, natural gas, crude petroleum, natural gas. AR was also mentioned in the email. Look at that. This thing had sadly, this thing just looks like it had a blow-off top gap, actually. And the idea was not so much to chase this thing that's been doubling and doing very well. The point was to say, hey, RRC is in the same sector, and it's given us this, giant cup and handle action here. Problem is it gapped up and blew out the pattern. We just never know if that's going to happen, but at least we're on the right track of what's strong out there in terms of sector. Yeah, MGY worked okay. It looks like it's hanging in there. And then last was this weird one, quadruple U. Again, another blow off top. I don't like what I'm seeing out there in a lot of these individual names now that I did that and went through that exercise. Okay. Good reminder. Somebody wants to send somebody in, but that's a reminder because I'm to make an announcement. Hang on a second. The announcement I'm supposed to make was for some swag. We did not have our annual trade ideas company meeting, annual meeting in person this year in San Diego for obvious reasons. So we had a surplus of T-shirts and coffee mugs and water holders and things like that. So apparently, we used our Slack communicating device here. It has a cool randomizer. We dropped in all of the names that entered as requested for the Schwag contest to give Trade Ideas some love. And the winner is, hang on a second, the winner is, they might not even be listening. The winner gets 2 Trade Ideas t-shirts and 2 Trade Ideas water cups, may even be some other Schwag. But the winner is at Raven, R-A-V-N Trading. Yay. So if at Raven RAVN Trading is listening, you can send us an email, info@trade-ideas.com, or on Twitter, you can just direct message one of them. So the announcement is out. I did my part. Let me let them know. Okay, so somebody was asking a question. And that question was, how can I zoom? No, that wasn't that. Maybe that wasn't a question. Just Sam, I just missed that one. AEO. And you're asking me specifically at 25:05. I see what you're seeing. Yeah, if it reclaims that intraday, yeah, you could probably take a chance there. You could even just take a chance here and just give it so close. I mean, it's really riding on the 130, the 5-day moving average, and the intraday here. There's a lot of cross sections, but default to the bigger daily picture. You're definitely doing better than the people that bought at 25.50. I'll tell you that. All right, Gain, how are you? I'm IBE Trade. IBE Trade is not ready yet. I'm not ashamed. I'm saddened that they put some information out that maybe one hand wasn't talking to the other. There still seem to be a few bugs in terms of the strategy, auto trading strategies working. Yes, so there are some known issues, Gain. If you have anything you want to add on that, you can send to info@trade-ideas.com. They'll take a look, but there are some known issues. So we're discouraging people from trying to experiment too much with that right now. Somebody shorted Tesla in my fund. Yeah, not doing bad actually. Okay, Boston Trader, trying to create an alert for when a stock is down 2 days in a row. We can do that. Oh, here we go. Trades below the prior day's low, and then that's when we get into trouble. And then. So I'll try and work through the starting point, and we'll see if we can go from there. So it looks like we're going to need an event, Boston Trader. So that makes us use a alert window. So we'll do new alert window so we can have an event in there. Because usually when you say and then, that's going to do that for us. Let's start from scratch. The first thing you said was down days. So we'll go to the search window and we go to consecutive days. This filter right there is the one that'll give us down days in a row. Add that filter, and you said 2 days in a row, I think. We'll start with -2 in the maximum column, which means if we click that button, the stock was down at least 2 days in a row. Okay, so we've satisfied the first part of your request here. Let's put in a couple of basic things like average daily volume. We'll just throw in something like 500,000. Price $5. Okay, let's continue reading here. We got the first part. Create an alert when a stock is down 2+ days in a row, trades below the prior day's low. Okay. And trades back up through the prior day's low. Okay, I think I have an idea. I'm using the 75% pullback from the lows. No, I've got a better idea, and it's actually a pre-configured resistance. Trades back up through resistance. Let's see if this was it. I'm going to add that alert. And I'm just going to let that sit for a minute. Last thing that came through was Voya. but I can change some things here to do that. Here's what I'm going to do. I've got an idea in the back of my head, and so the cloud is what I'm going to go to. I'm going to load from the cloud, and it's called Bouncers. And this allowed me to kind of catch Bouncers. Allowed me to catch when it came back up through yesterday's low. It seemed to be at least the case a lot of times. So I'm going to look at how I configured that. Okay, so what I used was crossed above resistance. What do I have in here? Configure. Cross daily. No, I don't want that. I want crossed above. There it is. Crossed above resistance. So right off the bat, we're going to hide those unused. All right, there was that one. And then I did something with the filters, the position in previous day's range, and that's going to be the key here. So let's look for that. Let's hide the unused and say position. There it is right there. Position in previous day's range, a minimum of 1 and maximum of 10. So what this means is I only want to see this algo, this event that I'm using, only trigger barely above yesterday's range is low, which would be a 0. So 1 is my threshold for the minimum, but no more than 10. So I'm going to say, let's go to our scan that we're trying to configure over here. And position in previous day's range. That's what we used. We'll do the same thing here. We'll do a 1 and a 10. And let's see what we get just doing this. So we've got 2 days down on a row, but crossing back above yesterday's low. That's probably the best starting point I could do for you. We could try something else. That's one idea. Let's duplicate the window for the most part and say, let's try something different. Instead of crossed above resistance, let's do a new 5-minute high. Just 2 different events that will alert you in 2 different scenarios. We'll call it that way. So add alert. Let's just do them both. We'll do, you can have both in one window. There's no reason you can't do that. They might look a little similar, but nonetheless, we're going to run 2 events in one window. And I'm just going to give that to you. I think that's probably the best thing, Boston Trader, I can do to start with. So you could add anything else you want to see in terms of where it is on the daily chart, above moving averages, time frames, but I'm going to give you that. I'm going to save and share this cloud link. And let's give it a name first rather than just edit me. 2 days down, then cross up, something like that. And now I know I might be missing something in here when you said it took out yesterday's low. Here's one thing we could add. We could add what we would call a range. All right, you could say range percentage, today's range. Where is today's range? There it is, today's range in percent. So you could add that filter. Now 100 minimum would be a giant range. Putting a 10 in the maximum would be a very, very tight range. So you could explore with this a little bit to try and see if you expand the range, if you're dipping into today's lows, if today's low is dipping into yesterday's low as well. That's another thought. So I'll just leave you with that. So I'm going to go ahead and copy and save this again and share it with you guys, mainly Boston, because I think he was sent in here for that. I'll just type for Boston and then paste. And then we'll move on here. And if there's anything else you want to add to that, we can do that. Right, I got you, Sam. I don't think that would be a bad idea. I think that was AEO we were talking about. Yeah, I don't think that'd be a bad entry in the bigger scheme of things. All right, hello, Dom. Been holding most of them since you just mentioned. All right. Hi, Steve. Is there a good entry price with NNDM? Okay, I'm not really seeing it. I'm seeing it under pressure in 2 different time frames. Immediately under today's 15-minute, it's under pressure. And then also on the daily. It looks like it's really disappointing us today, because if I just go back one day like that, That looks like it had a lot of opportunity to move higher out of that range, but it didn't. It went the opposite way on us. So this thing is guilty now until it proves itself innocence again, is what I would say on that. Also, you've got kind of a double top there. It's always never a good thing. Yes, I have not looked at the jam down buy today, but the thing does really, really well. But Sam, if you also want to do something fun, you can back test that over a couple day hold. Maybe you're already doing that, but uh, hang on a second. Yes, if you're holding it for a day trade, it's going to test okay, but it just seems to work really well where it pulls out of that jam down on the daily chart and has a couple of really nice days. So it typically does back test nicely for a few days. Okay, can we get an alert to be configured to only alert on 2 alert conditions? Um, you can elaborate on that, Castaway. Can an alert be configured to only alert? Yeah, on 2 events. Well, okay, so let me rephrase that. Like we just did, the event that I just did for Boston, I had new 5-minute high or cross above resistance. So in that case, the event only needs to be one or the other. Now, in the filter category, the filters are all or none. If just one of the 5 filters you have in there is not satisfied, then the alert will not trigger, or it will not return the symbol to you. So if that's what you mean, you can have 2 events, but they don't have to both trigger. And there's no way really to make them both trigger. An event is an event. It would happen exclusively, mutually exclusively to the others. All right. Does the AI solution tell you when to get in and out? Yes, it tells you when to get in. That's where the value is. Now, where your decision process is do you want to have the AI tell you when to get out? Let's take a look at the first one here on my board that's at the top of the list, meaning it's done the well. It's a short. Okay, so there's our short right there. All right, there's our entry right there. So not a lot of pain. It looks like a good fade, shorting something that moved up. And look at that, it's moving nicely. The AI is still in this one, and it says it's not going to get out for 3 hours. But what happens if the 3-hour time frame comes up and it's still moving lower? Do you want to get out just because the AI says to get out, or do you want to manage the trade yourself? What I'm getting at is the people who are using the AI are finding the best value in the entry. This idea up here just popped out of the blue. Interesting. Look at that. No pain. It's going lower. It's a short. But the AI is not as good at getting out. We as human beings are better at recognizing the nuances that are coming at us in real time and evaluating everything, whereas the AI can't do that. It's just getting out based on prior data. Back testing is when the data said it was best to get out. So that form the best value comes in the entry, in the idea generation. The risk management portion, in my opinion, comes in the human side. And what I do as a human, you've heard me talk a lot about it already, is this: I just use this moving average. If it's a day trade and it's a short, we got in right there. Just watch that moving average, okay? If this thing, it says here's the stop up here, but I wouldn't use that as a stop. That's crazy. Why? Because we already have data that says this is a better stop. The human can monitor this 10-period simple moving average and say once the price, hopefully it doesn't, but if the price just peeks its head above and closes above that declining moving average, then I'm going to get out there. And getting out there is better than getting out way up here on a short. So that's a good example there. Again, just to reiterate, the AI is great for the idea generation, but the human being is better at managing the trade once you're in it. Can Holly B, the AI, be configured to buy specific stocks? Not yet. That's kind of on the plan at some point where somebody maybe wants to trade Tesla or Apple, and the AI at this point does not have an input-output. There's nothing that we can input it other than a base strategy, and the AI takes the base strategy and back tests it hundreds of thousands of times all together over the evenings and comes up with the best array of filters based on the data. A single stock, just popping it in there and saying, hey, AI, what would you do with this? We're not there, but at some point, I think they're looking to do that. We just have some other priorities first. The AI is, if you wanted my advice, if you're new to trading and you're not sure what to trade, the AI is a great place to kind of just at least serve up ideas. But, quickly start to learn about risk management, portfolio management, letting the good ones work, letting the bad ones go. And I just gave you a perfect example of how we can let the bad ones go a lot earlier than the AI might suggest for you. Okay, so yeah, we don't have the ability to do an and on two alerts. We just don't have that ability. Again, the events are either or, but the filters are all or none. Yeah, I understand your question. I mean, you can tell me what the two event conditions are, and I can maybe try and, hack something if it's possible, but just off the shelf, we can't just say only show us when two things happen. It's very hard for the and then. Okay, yes. Hello, Big Duke. You're looking to get a scan. I invited you in here. So let's see. You're looking for red to green, all right? And more specifically, stock that gaps down. Okay, good to know. Opens red and then goes green for the day. Perhaps an alert as it approaches the open. Okay, basically catching a momentum. Okay, so I'm glad you clarified that because my first inclination was to just give you the off-the-shelf easy one, but that's not going to work for you. I think it was called crossed above the open, crossed above the close. Yeah, that's not going to do it for us. You have a much better idea. So we'll start with an alert window because you need this in real time. And again, we'll start from scratch. And I'm going to use that 5-minute high. I think that's the shortest period we can measure a new high throughout the day without it being. Actually, no, we do want a new high because in this case it is going to be a new high. So we'll leave that. Let's just start over because it was already a new high. There we go. Okay, new high. But we'll start with your first request, which is gap. Okay, gap percent. These had to have gapped down on the open. It's very easy to do. Let's clear out this stuff. Okay, gap down from the open. I'm going to say these things had to gap down a minimum of 1%. We can just start with that. So if we check our work, the stock open was at least 1% above the previous close. Okay, so that satisfies our stocks that gap down on the open. So it's red. We know it's red. And then goes green for the day. Now, new high is going to be our event. Again, we're not going to do a new 5-minute high because I think you're going to want to see all the new fresh highs on the day, especially since it gapped down. But here is where I think we could do something. Let's see. Position. Previous change from previous. Okay, we're going to use change from the close. Change from the close percent. Let's add that filter. So now we're going to say we only want to see this new high. New high is only going to show us on stocks that gap down at least 1% on the day, but they're obviously making a new high, so they're working their way back up. But we're only going to see that new high using this filter as it approaches change from the close. So we know 0 would be, if we put 0 in the maximum, we're not going to see anything before. We could put, let's do this. Let's put 0.05% in the maximum. So just a skosh, just a splash above yesterday's close. But you will start seeing them, let's say at 0.25% before yesterday's close. So it gapped down a point. You could change that to gap down 2 if you wanted. But you're not going to see the new high until we get into this range, change from the close. So let's just see. The price was up no more than 5% from yesterday's close. So once it goes more than 0.05% above the close after gapping down, making new highs, you're going to stop seeing this name. But you're going to start seeing it once it's no more than 0.25% below the previous close. So those are the three things that seem to line up for you. Obviously you'll want to add, a minimum price if you want. I suggest, doing some average daily volume, of course. Maybe 300,000 shares. You could even do some relative volume if you wanted to, but relative volume is not going to work pre-market. But that would be a starting point. Is there anything else you'd want to add? Let's see. So it's approaching the open. Now, I did change from the close. We could do this exact same thing at change from the open. So if this isn't showing you what you want, now again, remember the gap is predicated off of the change from the close yesterday. If you're talking about change from the open, just grab that filter, change from the open %, and do the same type of things that I'm doing here. It might be one or the other that you prefer. All right, so let's just give it gap down, red to green. Question mark. That's what we'll call this one. First one that came through was RSG. Look at that. There's our gap down. And look at that. It's giving us a new high as it gets close to closing the gap and going. It's still red, but close to going green for the day. So I think that's probably, all right, good. So I see your comment there. I think that's probably going to be the best for you. So hopefully that was worth the wait. I think I did that right. Save and share, copy, all. All right. For Big Duke. There's the cloud code for that we just made. Anybody else that wants it, of course. Okay, every time RRC goes up and hits that 50 period on the 1 minute, I'm not looking at that, I can tell you that, but let me see what I'm seeing in RRC. Yeah, I'm seeing continued pressure. I'm seeing a price action that might want to try and fill this gap. And let's take a look here at the Friday high. Let's go ahead and just put an alert there on Friday high. The algorithms are so close in the neighborhood, they might want to come knock on the door here of 1035, which is literally our entry point. So maybe those that didn't jump the gun like I appeared to have done, but we never know until we do it, may have an actual partial gap fill, because if you calculate it off the top of that wick, a full gap fill would actually be down here at the close. But our next point of interest, we'll call it here for RRC, is going to be Friday's little peak high there. So it's possible if that line triggers and I get a splash alert, I will expect and hope that the price starts to change its tune from there and maybe work back higher. We'll see what happens. But again, third week in a row where we're trying to not chase, the opening print and the suggested trade of the week, and try and settle in and find a place that makes sense. Okay, back to the questions. I'm probably getting behind. Can a slingshot strategy alert be done with stocks that fell minimum 5% on the first, reversing with volume? The only thing I could think of would maybe be, Sam, is using, it's a 15-minute time frame, but use maybe a hammer candle. Oh, no, I'm sorry. We've got my bad, 2, 5, 10-minute. Maybe a hammer candle there, try and use that. And then in the qualifier right here, this is where you would give it the percent of the move from high to low. So if you want the candle to be from $9.50 to $10, that type of size of a candle, you would use that in a percent, I guess. But that will help you kind of determine the size. That's one way to do it. The other way to do it is going to be position. Okay, you'd have to use two things. Position in range. Say position in 30-minute range, okay? add that filter and say I want to be near the high end of that range, like maybe 95th percentile. But if you do 30-minute range in percent, now we're defining how large this range was. Did this range take up 2% of today's, I'll call it 1.5% of today's movement? Did this thing go from 10 down to whatever that 1.5% move would be and back up again in 30-minute time frame? So here's the definition of a long range, but here's the position in that range. You're at the 95th percentile. So ideally, that setup there would show a very long bottoming tail on a 30-minute range, or a 15-minute if you wanted to use that. That would be my suggestion for you, Sam, as you call it, a slingshot strategy. You t-shirt beggars, you can always info at trade-ideas.com, and if they have a surplus of them, you never know. Squeaky wheel could get the attention. Okay, that worked good for you. It looks like that scan. Could you please look at X? Yeah. You know, I noticed CLF was starting to look decent. Still is, actually. I actually like CLF better. I'll tell you why. I like just this little nice range it's painting itself into, and the fact that it's painting itself into a range above its moving averages here the last few days. But your question is about X. X is under pressure, still under the 50, still under the 20. However, it's doing something today. It looks like this is a pretty solid floor there in 1625ville there. Very solid floor in X. So even if you were to buy 1748 and be a swing trader and not look back and go have lunch with your wife, you have to know that you're risking at least $1.20 here. That's where your support would be. Not bad, but it's got a little work to do. Again, going back to Cliff, it's above its 20, it's above its 50, whereas X is not. All right. Hi. Can you check the the interest income filter if it's working or not for me? It's not showing results. Okay. So the first thing I'll do is I will go to my single stock window. I will go to configure. I will type in exactly what he's saying. Interest income. I will add. Oh, look at that. It looks like it's not working. Why can I not? Oh, show column. Let's show column. That should work. Click OK. Let's open my deal down here. Interest income is not working for CLF. Interest income is not working. It appears you are correct. I will make the person aware right now that's supposed to know. Give me a second to type to them. Okay, I just leapfrogged all the channels and sent a direct message to the person who's in charge of our data feed. Apologize for that, but that is correct. Fazitos, we have a problem with that data point, and that's probably a problem with our data vendor, and if they're not aware, they will be now. What's my PSLV doing? And giving some back. I hate it when they do that. But that's okay. Oh, I said Bog Duke. I meant Big Duke. All right, good. I'm glad that was pointed out to me. Thank you for the interest income bug. We'll get that working. Trade of the week from 2 weeks ago just gave up and came back to life. I'm just going to go through this list that I've had. I got out of that thing way too early, damn it. Yeah, if you like psychedelics, that's an interesting one. MMADF, Mind Medicine. RRC, yeah, it's going to want to go tag that blue line. I'll be surprised if it doesn't pop up while we're speaking here, and I'll get a price alert on that RRC, just letting me know it's still playing games. There's a sister company to RRC. It's kind of having a blow off top there. Yeah, CLF does look better. These electric vehicles have kind of come and gone. Let me see what some of them are doing. Ride. Oh, no ride. IO. We just saw that. Solo can't get going. It just is. Solo has been one of the biggest disappointing stocks I've ever seen. You see a day like that. You see a day like that, and it just can't get out of its own way. It's just ridiculous. So I don't trade this thing anymore. It's on my shit list. You want to be like that? Be like that. Not interested. AGTC. Somebody wants to see that chart. Look at that. Having a big day. So today is moving day in AGTC, obviously. A lot happening. Minding that moving average ever so nicely, showing us that momentum is still in motion here today. Let's see where it closes. If it closes up here near highs, geez, lucky you. Might want to take a little bit off, but if it closes at highs, it's always nice to see a little bit of follow through. However, we have had pretty much a move down here since $4. It's almost doubled in about 5 days. This is where you want to start thinking about taking some profits, because there's nothing worse than being correct and being in the right trade and then not being able to bank profits because for whatever reason, there's a million of them. You're deer in the headlights, you're too greedy, you weren't paying attention, you're afraid to make a decision. I've been there. You can name them all. Castaway. Are there any pre-built filters for common things like a 3-bar play or a golden cross? If we go and take a look in configures, I'm going to scan down. There's a couple things I noticed that were there a second ago. Okay, we have, the candles I told you about. Then we have engulfing. All right. We have bottoming tails. So this would be the area I would come through and take a look at these. Some of these little scenarios. Looks like about midway down in the search. And again, those would be kind of go, pause, go, 1, 2, 3. We call out continuation on 15-minute candles. That would be your best bet, that little family there of those events for pre-configured type stuff. Okay, so you're long from 425 in AGTC, so you've had a very nice position. If you haven't taken any off the table, I would implore you to think about so. Let's take a look and go left and see if there's anything, and it looks like there is. So here's what we do. We go left. And you've already passed through this level of resistance at 737. That could always become a layer of future support. You never know. You've passed through this congestion here for the most part, still trying to. I'm looking at all this congestion back here now. Many, many days of buying and selling happening. But of course, that would be the prize right there if you could get up to that level. More power to you. But along the way, it might not hurt to sell a third here and there, because if it does wind up doing something stupid at the close, at least you banged off some. I tell people there are ways in which you can hit a couple singles and go for the home run at the same time and try and get the best of both worlds, but it's really annoying when you leave a lot on the table. That one hurts because you were right and you had it right and you had it in your fingertips and you let it slip away. So just don't get too greedy on those big ones. Again, you've had anything that doubles in price in 5 short days, you should be extremely happy that you participated in that. All right, we're coming up on the 10 minutes to go or so before Barry jumps back in. He's seeing 16. He's not going to sell until then. Well, whatever that level was, let's do this. We'll go to time frame weekly and try and organize it a little better. Just set a price alert there at 1042 and see what happens, and watch the price action when it gets there, just so you know. But you said your price level is 16. I see. Okay, so it fell from grace back here. This is where you're getting your 16. Something happened back here that took it out of this congestion. So if you got a plan, more power to you. Again, there's no one right way to do this. That's much more of an investment than I do. I like to surf the market and jump in and grab a swell and do a couple cutbacks on my surfboard and then bail out the back end. That's riding too far for me. But there's nothing in my book that says I can't sell a third, sell another third, maybe a little bit more, then sit with a 1/5 position up to that 16 level. That's how I would play something like that. But that's just me. But if you know something I don't, I mean, I can see a reason. I do see a reason for it to get back to those levels, so I hope it works for you. I don't know anything about this company or what their deal is, except that I need to go back to a daily chart. That's what I try to do. Matter of fact, sometimes it can be maddening, but sometimes it works. I have played UAVS 3 times. Each time has been successful. And it's a perfect example of what I said earlier. I was positioned down here. Sell, sell. Yeah, you know what? I got out too early. Was I a little pissed off up here? Yeah, I was, because I didn't keep what I wanted to. But then the trade of the week came in, and we got back into it and watched it, and we participated. Again, I got out at these levels. Waited. I didn't participate here, but I loved the way it looked. Let's do this. I loved the way it looked right there. Really nice 3 days of just sliding sideways, the moving averages just supporting it like a bird in your hand ready to take flight. So I got long on that day. Day and a half trade. It was the best of the 3. Stayed long all of it into the close, and since I got that second day, I was a seller up here, and then for about a half a day I was having regrets, but then the very next day I was happy I got out. Having regrets is really hard not to do. It's hard not to look back and second guess yourself, but you'll notice that blue line, that's a fresh line, and I'm going to need to adjust that. It's a fresh line because I would like to play again. So I'm going to wait, and Sam knows what I'm talking about here. I'm going to try and give myself a jam down buy opportunity. Always keeping this line kind of close to the 10-day moving average. If tomorrow I wake up and 20 minutes after the open this alert goes off, I might participate if it's touching the 10-day moving average. So we'll see. Trailing stops are okay, but you know what? I prefer taking out profits like I just explained on new highs as they're pushing through. The breakout, as everybody was buying this breakout right here, I was a seller. I love being a seller when I've got what other people want. I'm going contra to the herd. I'm going against the herd. To me, a trailing stop is like, I hope I have a good row when the theater catches on fire because everybody's going to run for the exit at the same time. And I never feel like I got away with anything. When I sell on new highs at resistance levels as people are buying breakouts and I've already been positioned and I'm selling into a breakout, I feel like I'm getting away with something. And there's just something a lot more satisfying about that, I guess. Because you have to be contrary to the herd. All right, so RRC never tagged my line, but got within a penny in the neighborhood or two. Let's see if we can get back. Now, let's see if we can get back and reclaim, this 10 SMA, which we lost, which doesn't mean we can't get it back and start building upon that going into the close. And like I said, if by the end of the day we have a long wick on the bottom of this candle, that changes the perspective intensely as to the way it looked when we first started talking, and it was just a big red bar. We were trying to pick, it's almost back to flat now. Look at that. Again, I'm focused on the bigger picture, and the bigger picture tells me a nice cup and handle just had a breakaway gap out of it, perhaps. It's too early to call it a breakaway gap, but let's see if we get one. A lot of it was closed. The gap, that is. SONM for Asia. SONM. Beautiful daily chart. Look at that. And then it also is showing some nice respect for the intraday here on my favorite line. Look at that. All those tests and all those passes intraday holding support and a big reward there for those that held on. Looks good. Dollar stock, huh? All right, let's see. Yeah, there's no one right way to do it. I mean, sometimes I leave too much money on the table because I didn't use a trailing stop. Again, it's just my little hang up. It's my little pet peeve. I like to remind myself that I can be opposite of the herd. And when I'm chasing the herd for entries and chasing them to get out, I don't feel like I'm doing a good job. What's SDC? Ooh, gave up a little bit this morning, didn't it? Smile Direct, yeah. You know, here's where, okay, let's go back and play the time machine game. Very interesting. If I had dry powder and I was looking for something to buy, I'm interested right there. Smile Direct. That looks great. Look at that. Volume, push, consolidation, moving averages are fanning out. Go forward. Oh, shit. If I didn't get out on this first day, this is why the very first day, once something closes below that moving average, and that's my thesis and my premise for being in the trade, I don't start second guessing it and asking, well, why? What's this thing missing that I just say, okay, well, that's how you feel. All right, I would get out. And looks like it's saved a little bit of anguish. Just getting out that first day, you get your cash back, settlement. You can go look to buy other things. If you didn't get out, now you're just on the chat board. You're trying to figure out what the hell's going on with this thing. What are they talking about? Why isn't it going higher? When do I get? And it just takes up mental capital. It takes up literal capital. I'm going to call for Barry here in a couple of minutes. Yeah, SENS, another one that looks really nice on that daily. Didn't even touch the moving average. Got repelled and pushed higher. Before I leave you guys, RRC, we're going to want to see this thing close. If this green candle can close above that moving average, it's a start going into the rest of the day, that's for sure. All right, guys. Well, I'm almost talked out. I'm going to bail here in a minute or two. So if you have anything else you want to talk about before I leave, I'll be back next week. This thing's been a monster. All right, I'm going to let Barry know I'm good to go. All right, guys, I see Barry typing. So I might get cut off here at any moment. He's going to start now. Sounds good. All right, guys. So I will see some of you later this afternoon, if not in email, chat, or next week, Tuesday at noon. Bye.
So this is a heck of an alert short from the AI. This short for CRTX. It was relatively stress-free. 35.30 on the alert, $30 now. When I say relatively stress-free, it's not like we had a lot of like big upcan, you know, that's the only green candle, in fact. But it's not like we had a giant green candle, then red and green and all that to kind of whip you out of the trade. That was a nice alert from the AI, basically straight down. with some support maybe around 27 on the month. So I mean, this still has some room. Hey, even Finviz, FINV coming back. I'm not in it anymore, but again, if it takes out that high there, I think I have an alert set there. Yes, at around 810. Takes that out later on. I might get back in it. There is really no resistance. It's an all-time high. I mean, this is they changed their symbol. I mean, that's why it looks like an IPO here. There's no way it's an IPO, but for our purposes, we'll treat it like an IPO. All right, so Aja or Fred, you can hear me in YouTube. Just want to make sure that the transition was seamless. And then I can start doing my video. I saw that. Oh, wait a minute. Before I. Okay, thank you, Aja. EMKR guys. So this just showed up. 811. Let's see now. 811 and looking left. What do we see? We see 875. We see 835. So there's maybe a couple little areas, especially this 835. That could block it. That's back, it's quite a while ago, November of 2017. But I've got to do my video, so. Ooh, William, I know you like to add and add and add, but okay. All right, guys, I will do my video now, so I will put the announcement in. EMKR guys on the move from the option scanner. All right, guys, and again, if you want to follow or subscribe to the videos that I do every day, again, if you click on my homepage link right there, Barry's homepage, right from here, Barry's homepage, you click on that, and you click on my link, and let's see. So this is what you'll see. Click on the link, and right here, daily recap videos right there, okay? Okay, so I'll put myself on mute now, and we'll see you probably earlier than 125, but just in case I have some technical issues, so that's why I say 125. All right, guys, I'm back. I'm going to have to maybe rely on somebody in this room who's technically savvy to help me on something. It's driving me crazy. All right, I couldn't do the video again. Okay, so let's take a look. So that IMVT, wow, just continued straight down. I'm glad you got out of it, William. No, this is not operator error. This is something weird. Okay, well, let's see. What did MCOR do while I was gone? EMKR. So it got up to, so nothing unbelievable. I mentioned here that there might be some stalling right around 835. What did it get to? Got up to 820. So it's not clean, though if it can get through, see, the next high after that is 875. I mean, I think it's probably going to struggle though to get through this 835. So what I'm going to do is set an alert around 837, see if it takes that out. There's my price alert in blue, so if it takes it out. But more importantly though, I mean, look, if it can get through these, look left, it's got all the way up to 12. Don't have a link like that, Interface Shepherd. Sorry, don't have a link. You might, if there is one available, you might just try info@trade-ideas.com. I don't think there is one available, but you can try. I've never seen one. Okay. Well, just briefly what's happening is there's my recording. You guys can see the icon right at the bottom here. That's what I use to record. And there, see, it's supposed to show up here. And so when I start record, not that I'm going to do anything right now, start to record, and this should remain. Even if I minimize it, I used to be able to hover over and it would pop up. Now it just disappears. There's no way for me to stop it when I stop recording. And so I don't know where it is. And it just started happening last week. And if I minimize it, typically, well, maybe that's what I have to do is minimize it. Again, I didn't use, anyway, I will, I'll deal with it. Yeah, I'll deal with it later. Okay. Ooh, why did this one show up? 2740 for YI. Well, I don't want to get out of. I don't want to get out of it. It's okay. I'll have to figure it out. I thought it was going to be fine, but I'll figure it out. It just started happening last week. I've been doing it the same way for months. Well, just send it to info@trade hyphen. Oh, sorry. Just send it. If it's available, Interfaith, then they'll give you the information. Okay. I personally don't have that information, but if it's available, they'll give you something. Okay. Okay, are we able to rewatch these in previous live streams? Yes, but I mean, listen, I mean, this, I start doing this at 9 in the morning and I go to 3, so that's 6 hours. I'm not sure you're going to want to sit through 6 hours of a live stream every day, but on our YouTube, on our homepage, or there's the Trade Ideas YouTube page that you can go to. And there are a lot of other, all the webinars are there that we do in the that we've done in the past. Oh, this is another one that is straight down. TUFN. All right, this got halted. ANCN just got halted on the way up. Remember this one from last week? Another one of those crazy ones, 3 million in the float. Got up to $10, $10.50 or so. Closed at 8. The next day it tumbled. The day after that it tumbled. And now trying to resurrect a bit. And it just got halted though. ANCN just got halted, and this is a volatility halt. And Dylan, if you just got Trade Ideas yesterday, I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room. It would really, if you haven't already done this, and maybe you don't know this exists, I would really recommend that you take a look at the 20 short lessons. Okay, I'm just going to pop that in here. Goes over all the basic features of Trade Ideas. Interactive brokers. That's the one, Michael. Okay, I'm in Canada. That's what I use. I have Interactive Brokers. Okay, that is the only one you can use right now if you do want to connect to Brokerage Plus. We don't have DAS Pro. I mean, so I think there are people that use IB and DAS Pro and they're able to link, but we don't, have DAS Pro as such. We're a scanner. That's what we are. We are a scanner. Wow, look at this one. ANCN. So this is shaping up to be, let's see, 552, that's what it's shaping up to be on the open. Let's see if that holds. If it's a 5-minute halt, it'll open just before 124. This is what I'm talking about. So it got halted at 118 plus 51 seconds. So typically these are 5-minute halts. So this will open at 123 plus 51 seconds. Yeah, Dylan, really recommend you take a look at the 20 lessons, okay? It's all text-based. All the basic features are covered there. Yeah, I hear people talk about DAS Pro. I hear people talk about it. I've never used it. Don't really know what the value is, but no automated trend lines, Dylan. No. We are not what I would call like a full-blown charting package. Okay, we have a few indicators and all. From purposes the way I like to trade is fine. Some people want a lot more indicators. Keith, right here. Well, not quite right here. Just give me a moment. Okay, Night Fox, thank you. I'll copy that and see if that helps also. I think I know. I think I know what to do. I'm going to try. Once I'm out of here, I'm going to try something. Okay, Keith. So underneath, I just typed in. I just put the link for the 20 short lessons. Blue, let's see. I don't see blue on the halt. Yeah, blue is halted. For IB, it's halted anyway. Yeah, I believe you can, okay? Oh, it is? I don't see that it's trading. I see that it's halted in IB. Why do you think it's trading? No, I see what you mean, but I wonder. Yeah, it does look like it is trading. Yeah, no, I have no explanation. Yeah, it's moving here too. I have no explanation for that. Yeah, it's weird that it would show that it's halted in IB with the big red. Do I see any news? I don't see any news on it for ANC Anzac. I don't see any news. It's an Israeli stock. Can you link? Yeah, I believe you can link. Yeah, I believe you can. Does anybody here use DAS Pro? I mean, then you will have the definitive answer. And again, all linking is, it's a time saver. That's all it is. Okay. Okay. So Rob, is it no problem to establish a link, trade ideas to DAS and I guess IB or whatever? Same shift key, so it's exactly the same. Yeah. So I guess you can. Again, all linking is, remember what linking is. It's a time saver. That's all it is. It's just a time saver. So that you don't have to type the symbol in. So I mean, if we didn't happen to link with some platform that you're using, doesn't mean you can't use trade ideas. Yeah, our RC is starting to creep up, isn't it? So you had a chance. You had a chance. It actually got right down almost to the, the trigger, which was 1033. So if you had waited on that, then you could have got in right around the trigger. And this is the trade of the week. Very reliant, I think on what's happening. Of course, in Texas, etc. I mean, because you had the pop in the pre-market. Now, understand that when Steve creates these, he doesn't know that this is going to happen in the pre-market because he does this on the weekend. All right, so this is an earnings play, FOSL, Fossil Group. FOSL is an earnings play. So You know, was looking at this a few days ago thinking if we could ever break out of here, you know, I mean, look left, it's got a lot of room. I mean, a ton of room on that daily chart. So it is an earnings play, so it's mildly positive reaction. There's very muted volume reaction though for an. Is that right? I'm gonna make sure. Yeah, this is today pre-market. Not very much volume at all. I mean, I remember this day. It had 20 million shares on that day, but seriously, there's hardly any volume, even though it's an earnings play. So I will though. Okay, just in case it wants to start to run a little bit, probably won't, it won't happen today, not on that volume anyway. If it takes out that 18 area right here, it looks like that those are the two daily highs, 3 and 4 days ago. Well, that's really easy. Okay, I don't have one exactly like that, but it's easy. It's look at socket. Good grief. All you have to use, you know, and then you can use other filters, of course. But this is the filter that you'd want to use. So you're watching Elijah. Okay, so I'm going to type in position. Okay, well first let me back off. So whether it's an alert window or a top loose window, however you want to monitor it, but this is the filter. Right click, configure, and then search, and then start typing in position. Okay, and we see all these positions. This is the one you want. Position in range, that's the position in the day's range. So if you added the filter, okay, so it's near the high of the day. You know, it's up to you. You'll have to play around with this. But for instance, if you put 95 and 98, so 95 in the min and 98 in the max, that would mean it is within 2 to 5% of the high of the day, as an example. Okay, so you can play around with this with these numbers. You can get as close to the high of the day as you want, but you know, with using 95 and 98, it would be within 2 to 5% of the high of the day. You know, I mean, if you use 99, obviously it's within 1%. 97, I mean, I don't know how many alerts you'll get, but this would be between 1 to 3% of the high of the day. Okay, is that clear? Using the position in range filter. And then after that, you can add your price range, your volume, whatever else you want to do. See, for me, I'm always, because I'm always looking at stocks that have made new highs for the day. So that's why I don't have to use the position in range filter, because it's always going to be at the high. Well, it was a halt down, but now it's a pop right back up for ANCN. Yeah, the halt was up. The halt, yeah, definitely the halt was up, and it did pop, but it came back down. But it's right back up. The halt was up. And it was right to the second, you see, 118. I'm sorry, this was a 10-minute halt. So usually they're 5-minute halts, but if it's not a 5-minute halt, then it's almost always a multiple of 5. So in this case, it was a 10-minute halt. Don't ask me why. Most of them are 5, but sometimes they're 10, sometimes they're 15. And again, this is one of the scans that I'm sharing. All right, one moment, please. So that position in days range filter is also good for those of you who are looking for pullback plays too. You know, you can have it pull back to a certain amount or like be within a certain in a certain range. So for instance, if you wanted a stock that is pulled back, 60% minimum or maximum of 60%, minimum of 40%, you could put 40 and 60, in the min and the max as an example. All right, guys, I'm not getting too many new alerts. So let's just take this, a conditional buy order on this EMKR, just to show you how it's done, okay? So there's the EMKR. So if I thought, you know what, if we could take this area right here, the high right there, which is 835, I wouldn't mind taking the trade. So this is what I'll do. So pick how many shares, I'll just keep it at the 300. I will put 835 a couple of times, okay? Just to show you how you can do this. Okay, and then I'm going to get rid of this. Okay, and then I'm going to click on the buy button, and you'll see on the chart, you see on the monthly chart, you can see it right there. You can see it up here, you just can't see the price. But on the monthly chart, you can see it right there at 835. So if EMKR gets up to 835, it'll take the trade. So that would be a conditional buy. Oh, I see why you wanted to see blue. I didn't realize that it was an AI alert too. Yeah, it is a little bit strange. Yeah, it is a little bit strange why it's showing up as a halt in Interactive Brokers, but it's obviously trading. Don't think I've seen that before. So just a glance at what the AI has done. Actually, some great percentage moves on the shorts, Cortex and Blue, BLCT as a long, 1743, 1892. I'm sure that was even higher at one point. Yeah, I mean, it got up to 1950. So definitely some nice percentage moves. Are you talking about AACQ or AACG? I guess you're talking about AACG. Oh, that's right. These are one of those China education plays that went crazy a few days ago. Boy, I'm really not getting too many new alerts. Now here's an alert. So this IO was halted pre-market. It was halted, it opened, and now, and it was halted because of news. I don't know what the news was. I didn't see it really, but it was halted because of news. See if the news is, I know, oh, okay, it was a financing. $10.5 million financing at $3.50 a share. So wow, that's good. I mean, look, guys. I mean, this is financing was done at $3.50 a share. It's well above $4.45 now. It's well above that financing price. Never even got down there. I'm afraid to look, Zach. I'm afraid to look. I was secretly thinking 50, but close. All right, guys. So this one is interesting. So, okay, the IO is interesting. I've just done some looking left, and you know, I mean, it's above the high there. It's above the high there. Of course, it's not above the high of last week, but that's okay. I mean, the high of last week was about 540, so there's about $1, you know, to get to that high. Yeah, those are just special symbols, okay? If you want, you can get rid of them. The question was, how come we get these ZX, ZZTs, or ZX, ZZTs? There's some kind of NASDAQ notification test, okay? What I do is I can create all, I mean, if you're getting them all, I mean, if it's a real pain, you can create a symbol list, put those symbols in there, and then add that list, add it, and then you could say exclude the following list as an example. Okay, I mean, if it's a real pain, if it's, you know, I mean, when you say you're getting that all day, I haven't seen one for a long time. Yeah, they're NASDAQ, I think they're called NASDAQ test symbols. We can't stop them, okay? You can't actually stop them. All you can do is put the symbols, you know, if you know how to create a symbol list, you can put those, like those sort of symbols in a symbol list. I'll put this in here. Okay, and then you put those symbols in there. They're not that many of them. And then just, you know, for your alert window, just say exclude. You know, exclude that list. I haven't seen them for a long time. Are you sure that if you do this, exchanges, no way to do it here. Anyway. Has to be over 8. Okay, I mean, it has to be. I think my alert was right around here. The high in the pre-market was 8. What is it? 811. So around that area. Guys, IO. The little magic scan strikes again. IO. 448, 468. You know, it's not bad. 20-cent move. And who knows where. Oh, okay, David. Yeah, I used to see them quite a bit and different ones, but I haven't seen one for months and months and months. Look at this, guys. I mean, 448. 448 right here, and now 475. I mean, these are just great percentage moves. I mean, how you trade them is up to you. And we now have a halt. So KBNT was halted for a long time. It resumed, and then it got halted, and now it's resumed again. KBNT, and another one that is just a. The high was 16. Wow, the high was way up here at 1637 before it really pulled back. No, you can't have any more food. Wow. I was joking when I said 50, but now look at it, 53.90. This has been halted. This it looks like it's been halted. Yeah, it's been halted. Yes. Twice. Yes, you're right. Twice. All right, guys. Well, this AMKR is sort of driving me. Well, I shouldn't say driving me crazy. I've got my price alert set up here. Let's see if it takes that out at some point for AMKR, just over 26. But it is a choppy one. I don't even see what it's stacking up to maybe resume at. This is the CCIV. Lucid Motors near deal to merge with, boy, it better happen. For, and it just, well, this resumed, the .U resumed. All right, guys, just give me a moment. I have to change headsets. Just give me a moment. All right, I'm back. Well, where did you short this, Zach? You said you were going to try to short this, or because I see it's still halted. That was you, Martin. As if you didn't know. I know. I know why you're asking the question. All right, now we're unhalted. CCIV just got halted, unhalted. No, resumed. How about that? We just resumed. Yeah, so it's 2, 5, and 15-minute charts, and then monthly, weekly, and daily. Yeah, M is not minute, that's monthly. Answering somebody in YouTube. So a 2-minute chart, 5-minute chart, 15-minute chart, monthly, weekly, daily. Yep, just got halted. No. All right, guys, I'm just trying to see a few ones from the AI. So of interest, so you notice that the AI got stopped out the first time with blue, BLUE, blue. There was a short at, 32.49, got stopped out. It was on that candle and it popped right back up. That's why I really don't like the really early ones. That was right at 9:35. But notice there was a re-entry price to get back in it. You know that, and that 32.97 is just halfway between 32.49 and 33.45. It's just halfway between the entry and the stop. Remember, this is a short, so it gave you an opportunity to get back in it, and that happened at 9:49. So it got stopped out. 9:35 in the entry, got almost immediately stopped out at 9:38. So AI was a little bit early, and then you could have got back in at 9:49 at this price, and you'd still be, it would still be a good trade to be in. Give me a moment, please. So yeah, I said in 5 minutes or so, this marketing meeting will start. So I'll be putting myself on mute. Just give me a moment. Just have a couple things I have to do. Okay, guys, this AACQ, boy, another one of these SPACs that, who knows, could just absolutely explode. I mean, it's already an all-time high right up here. Origin Materials. So I don't know what they are, what Origin Materials are. It's a chemical tech company. So, let's face it, one of the reasons why CCIV is exploding the way it is, they're trying to buy or merge with it's an EV play. So I'm not saying that, a chemical technology company isn't exciting, but it's not quite the same has the same glamour as, say, merging with an EV, an electric vehicle, or in that sector, in my opinion, anyway. I'm really afraid to look. Well, this IMVT, thank goodness you got out of it, William. This is just getting crushed here. Now, you look at this, and here is the potential support. I mean, it's still a bit away. Yes, CCIV just got resumed again. So much happening, so many in the halt resumes. But this IMVT looks like it's got some support right around 15, a little over 15. So that's, still almost $3 away. That it could keep running down until it hits that support. Okay, so in Cola, everything I've got, within the trading room, I've got a tab called Barry's homepage, okay? So if you click on that, then you'll see the link to my homepage right there. When you click on my link, this is what you'll see. Okay, this is what you'll see. And one of the sections, my scans, click here, okay? And here are all the scans that I'm sharing, including the basic new highs and lows. Okay? Did you get that? Excellent. All right, guys, so I'm just going to put the announcement in. I'll be on mute for a little bit, depending how long this marketing meeting lasts. It does work with Canadian stocks, Kent. Little caveat though, you can create alert windows just like you see here. I know it's going to sound crazy, but you won't see the price, you won't see the volume, okay? But you can create, but in theory, what you're doing is you're creating a scan with a certain volume range or minimum volume. So that's covered, and maybe a price range. So, I mean, I'm a Canadian, right? So what happens is if I do have a Canadian scan, all I do is when I get the alert, it's a real-time alert, I click it on it, and then it's going to load into my Canadian platform. Of course, then I'll see the price and I'll see the volume, and from there I'll trade it. So the alerts are all real-time. All right, guys, I have to just put the announcement in here. Also, okay, guys, so I am now back. Just ready to almost wrap it up. Another long meeting. Okay, so what happened? I wanted to see if there's anything from the option plays. Nothing from the option plays came in while I was in the meeting, so that's good. So the FINV is getting interesting again for me anyway. I'm going to have to make a decision. Don't and listen, guys. You have to. This has to be to your own trading plan. You know, there's a good possibility I'm going to take this one and swing it. But you know how much I take and where my stop. I mean, you guys have to map it out yourselves. I'm just waiting to see how well this closes. FINV. Tusk formation. Yeah, another one that is crawling back from the dead. Yeah, I mean, what's the high? 545, 545, and 507. Yeah, so I mean, if that takes out, I'm going to just stick an alert there around 520, takes that out. Probably won't do it today, but if it takes it out tomorrow or the day after, then starts to really attack this void. I mean, it's just been beat. It really hasn't recovered. I mean, it had a decent month a couple of months ago. It really hasn't recovered that much, but I mean, look at the possibilities. Good one, Boiler. Yeah, they were bouncing in the pre-market. Let's see what happened. Yeah. Actually, that's a tremendous. You're right. They sort of sat here for quite a while. This is the ETF for the cannabis sector, and as I recall, it was about 3%, but now they're starting to move. Now it's up 9%. So yeah, I think Hexo got halted, in fact, a couple of times, I think, or at least once. Yeah, so these cannabis plays could be coming back. I mean, obviously they're coming back today, but will they keep coming back? I mean, that's the nobody really knows. It's why trading it can be a real mystery. Yeah, well, I think it's past. But listen, again, Sam, you understand if what I do, I think I have an alert set right up here around. I think the high is 811 is the high in the pre-market. So it is not. It did not get there yet. You know me, I like to see it take out a whole number one. But I mean, it's an all-time high, so there's no, well, all-time high. I shouldn't say it like that because this is not an IPO. So I don't know what this symbol was before. They changed their symbol name probably right here. This was back in November of 2019. There's nothing on the left. Yeah, there's nothing on the left, but don't kid yourself. This is not an IPO. But at any rate, you know, the only reason I'm looking at this is because of Tiger and the other one, FUTU. And it's just a cheaper version. I mean, this is kicking myself, but you know, I had to stick to my guns on this one. I wanted this. I wanted this one to close near 32 on Friday, and if had it done that, I almost for sure would have taken some and swung it. But it didn't quite do that. So, you know, it closed at around 24 or so, a little over 30. So, but that's what happens. It gapped up and it's gone without me. But you know, the FINV, it's just kind of a cheaper version of it. In fact, 61 million. Let me just check the floats. So that's 75 million. So, and then of course the FUTU is the crazy one. 62 million. So I mean, they're all about the same float. Okay, so we're just getting close. I'll be shutting the room down. I'll just put the notice in here, closing the room at 3. So if you have any questions, please ask them now. And I just want to put this in one more last time. I'm going to put this link in because this promo code, more than likely, it'll still be valid tomorrow night, 11:59 p.m. But I can't guarantee it. And that's 11:59 p.m. Eastern Time. So if you click, there's my home page. So if you click on it, there's the promo code, Washington, all in capital letters. So again, click on my home page and you're brought right here. So you click on the Get Trade Ideas. Obviously, don't use this promo code. That's only 15% off. So use the Washington, all in caps. And again, in my home page, Trade of the Week. Trade of the Week's not doing too badly right now. Had an opportunity to get it at the target, which was 1033. I think it got down to about 1036. So you had an opportunity to. And I'm going to I think I'm going to try to do my recap once I close the room down. I think I've solved the reason. All the scans I'm sharing right here. Okay, and people ask quite a few times, what do I do in the pre-market? These are the 4 that I use in the pre-market. The gap up, down, shared, and the pre-market actives up and down, shared, okay? And plus, though, here's the beauty, the moving higher with unusually strong options. I would really recommend you take a look at that one. And lots of education links right here. The 20 lessons, never mind the 20 days, you can go a lot faster than that. If you take the lessons, again, just all the basic features of Trade Ideas, top lists, alert windows, creating them, etc. Okay? Take the time, guys. You know, you bought the product, take the time. Yeah, don't be sorry. It's okay. Predicted trend lines, no. All right, guys, I just lost my sound. Wonder why. Okay, just give me a moment, please. All right, guys, I'm back. How did it do? Not bad. I mean, you know, I had some excellent. This was a great short. So, in moderate profit, 19%, aggressive, 35%, conservative, 12%. So, actually, a pretty darn good day for the AI today. All right, guys, I'm just kind of looking at some of my thumbnails, see if there's anything of interest. Yeah, I know the SONM. I know. It's got a lot of room. A lot of room. Got some topping tails right there. Let's see, the next high looking left is $1.57. What did I get it to today? $1.70. Then the next high over here is $1.90. So just, just this little area to get through. And then after that, man, I mean, it's got some maybe all the way up to 4. I'm not saying it's going to get there. Guys, I'm just going to try something here. Just bear with me. Okay, guys, so the screen is going to disappear. All right, the screen is going to disappear. And now I'm going to try something. All right, that didn't work. Just a minute. Yeah, okay, this is probably going to require a reboot. I was just trying to change the screen sharing. All right, I'm going to have to try that tomorrow, obviously. Having such high ping, does it affect your buying ever? High ping. So what are you talking? Are you talking about this? The 54? No, never. I mean, it can fluctuate. Usually it's under 100, but no, it doesn't affect it at all. I mean, I do see what you're saying, what happens here, but no, it never affects. Yeah, I mean, typically it's under. I do know what you're talking about. Every now and then it spikes up, um, but no, it's never affected my trading. Yeah, so guys, you see, it did not take me out. So if I NV, it did not trigger for me yet. That's why that blue line way up, well, way up here. Up here is still blue. It's not green. All right, guys, we're getting close to the end. Are there any other questions? I like your conviction, Ija, that it's going to get there. No, topless windows, no, there's no, I mean, that's not the reason for a topless window. Remember what a topless window is all about. All it's trying to do is rank stocks. So if you want to see the stocks that are up the most for today, that's why you use a topless window. You want to see the stocks that have changed the most in the last 5 minutes. That's where you use the topless window. Okay, you're not looking for real-time alerts as such. So that's why, and they get updated every 30 seconds. So that's the purpose of a topless window. Completely different from an alert window where you set up a set of filters. You set up a set of, come on. Yeah, this is what I've noticed later on in the day. There we go. You set up a set of filters, and if the filters are met, and this is the alert I'm using in this particular window, so if these filters are met and a stock makes a new high or a new low, I get a real-time alert. It's very, very different from saying, well, show me the stocks that are up the most today. I could show you a stock that is up the most today, but it could be sinking rapidly, not making new highs anymore. But it's still, it is the stock that is up the most today. So, that is the purpose of a topless window, to rank according to, what you're interested in seeing. It's just a completely different usage. All right, guys. Well, listen, if I don't see any other questions, because what I'm going to do, I'm going to try to do my video now, and hopefully I can get this thing working the way I want it to work. So if I don't see any other questions, oh, there's one in tech support. Okay. Okay, so I don't see any other questions. So I think I'm going to wrap it up so I can do this video, get that out of my system. So guys, thanks for all the help today. Another exciting day, especially with that socket. We'll have to see what happens with that one tomorrow. So I shall open the room tomorrow at 9 o'clock Eastern time. Hope to see you guys in the room tomorrow. Wait a minute. Close the room, make sure I get the right day. Yeah, tomorrow is Wednesday. So have a great evening, everybody, and we will see you in the trading room tomorrow. Bye-bye.